Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our special D&D one-shot with the Stream Punks. It is good to be back in the GM's chair. I've been just gaming a bunch lately, and not only am I back in the GM's chair, I'm back in the DM's chair, which hasn't happened on stream for this group ever. I got to do a one-shot of Ravenloft over at Gary Con Live, which is a lot of fun. Running for that group, and it made me really miss the one time I ran a D&D game on Geek and Sundry when I ran the pit crew on a Ravenloft game where they encountered a creature called a Red Widow, which is a creature from the old 2nd edition D&D, and a Red Widow is essentially a were-spider that is a lycanthrope. She turns into spiders and has a bunch of baby spiders. It was a lot of fun, especially when they were going to rescue a husband that had gone missing, only to find that his bloated corpse was in fact a skin jammed filled with spiders that exploded and attacked all.
Stop.
No spooters. No,
we're not
thank you.
in Ravenloft tonight. So we're going to get started here in just a second. Before we do we have any announcements tonight? I can go ahead and announce real quick that next Monday is going to be our Time Kids episode. We're all jumping back into Star Trek adventures, and we're going to catch up with the Time Kids and see what they've been doing since they were spirited away from Starfleet Academy after successfully saving the multiverse, as it were. And we're going to see what they've been up to. They are seasoned time travelers now, saving the day. So we'll see what happens, but that'll be next Monday. And Bonnie, your game, I don't think we have we'll confirm that later. We won't announce it yet because I want to just lock it into place and make sure we get all the players, but it's going to be later this month is what we're planning.
Yeah, sorry everyone. I know you were expecting some shenanigans tonight from me, but you'll get it in a different way, I promise.
Okay, so that's all I had for this evening, aside from the fact that Gax Pack is on Saturdays as always. I had to miss this one, but I'll be up for the next one, and that's all I've got. Anybody else got any announcements? Yes, Aki.
The season finale of New Pantheon is this coming Sunday at 4 p.m. PT over on Saving Throw Show, and your viewership would be greatly appreciated. So please come and hang out and watch our God Kids attempt a prom. There will be a prom. Whether or not that prom will go well is up for debate.
I'm having sky high flashbacks.
It's yes, there's prom.
Sounds promising.
We'll see about that.
I really hit my head hard.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Bonnie, make a wisdom saving throw. I'm just gonna throw it at you every time.
I missed it.
Bonnie, roll a saving throw.
Do you need a heal? I think
that was an audible slap, right? Whoopsie doo.
You take 1d4 damage being Bonnie at the beginning of every D&D game.
Oh, you have no idea. Like, I talk with my hands, then a lamp crashes down.
Xander, what you got?
Yes, I am doing shows pretty much every day of the week, so check my Twitter for schedule.
I can confirm.
D&D Starfinder, and I'm gonna have our other D&D game, Failed Save, is gonna be coming back on the 14th on Fridays. Very excited for that. And I just wanted to say thank you so much to this community and the tabletop community at large for your help for me and my family over this past couple of weeks. It's been amazing. We were able to reach our goals. And so just, it's so wonderful. And thank you so much.
I want to piggyback off of that because to further underscore how incredible this community is, my pet emergency on Saturday, for just to quickly let everybody know, our dear sweet Punky, she had a heart attack this Saturday. It was very upsetting. It's been really troubling and suddenly very expensive, and a medical bill that got dropped on me on the 1st of the month, and it was disastrous. And this morning, the League of Whimsy raised the 108% of my goal that I was intended to be a monthly goal in less than 5 minutes. And so Punky gets to have her ultrasound tomorrow, day after tomorrow. And so I'm not going to get emotional. I really want to get emotional, but thank you again to Ox Crew in League of Whimsy for taking care of Xander, for taking care of Punky. Thank you guys. It means the effing world to us. I wish there were proper ways in the English language to convey how much it means to us. Thank you so much.
Totally.
Yeah,
Okay.
this community's the freaking best.
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of is.
It's like how
Kind of is.
Yeah.
Okay, so any other announcements this evening? Yes.
I could think of,
No,
you know what? I don't even know what day it is anymore.
I was
So
gonna say, Bonnie, you've got so much going on that I think you've
know.
malfunctioned, and I think 99% of it's NDA, so you really can't.
A part of me is just like, we're in Alice in Wonderland, right? This is what I'm doing right
I'm
now.
in the game right now, right? See,
Yeah, right. This is Eric. I didn't know you were playing. How
Yeah.
convenient.
Hey, what's up? Okay, Sam, what's up? I saw you had an announcement.
Oh, yes. In case you missed it, we are doing Power Plays inter-season interstitial origin stories throughout this month, thanks to your charity as a community for Operation Nazi Puncher. Are you sensing a theme between all these announcements? It's how great y'all are. And as a result, we once again found ourselves with fundraising goals we never expected to fulfill. I know, wholly unfamiliar to the Stream Punks as well. And so we have these 4 origin stories looking into our characters. It's kind of a fun way to meet them if you haven't watched Power Play already. And we had our first one yesterday. It was for my character, and it was featuring Eddie Doty being just absolutely brilliant and perfect and everything I knew he would be. So if you have not witnessed Eddie Doty, treat yourself.
Good old Eddie.
But for tonight, we get to play Dungeons and Dragons, and for reasons that I'm sure I will soon discover, I'm excited.
All right. The disorientation is the first thing all of you experience, much like the beginning of this game, the abruptness of it.
Wait, we're starting right now, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, I have a thing.
Oh, you have a thing?
Yes.
Oh, there you are.
Now I'm in character. Continue.
All right. This pandemic's been hard on all of us. Some more than most. So it's the disorientation that you're aware of firsthand. This wave of dizziness that comes over all of you, blurry vision as you're trying to blink away this ringing sound in your ears. There's also this deep throbbing pain in the back of your heads for a moment, like something just clocked you really hard, or maybe there was a concussive strike of some kind, but all 3 of you are feeling it. You're aware of your own groans as you're starting to instinctively pick yourself up off of what feels like a wooden floor. The first thing you gaze as you glance up is each other. Laying on this floor, the 3 of you glance up at each other, and 2 things occur to you as you see each other. And we'll go through the character descriptions one by one so everyone can see what they're seeing. First thing that occurs to you is an immediate sense of familiarity, a sense of safety, a bond. You're looking at some people that you trust, you're close to, and they trust you. You just have no idea who the hell they are. And that's when it occurs to you that you don't know who the hell you are. No name comes to mind. No idea as to where or what is going on right now. Just this ringing in your ears, the smell of perhaps an explosion that's happened. The 3 of you laying on the ground to look at each other. We're going to start with Bonnie. What do they see when they see you, Bonnie?
You're looking at it, kid. They see a very old gnome. You can't really quite tell how old. A lady never reveals her age. She's in kind of a just regular clothing. You know, in all honesty, she looks very kind of granny, like very unsuspicious in any way, shape, or form. Someone that you'd want to be your grandmother. She's holding a sack along the side of her with all of her knitting yarn, but her knitting what are the needles are actually daggers. So this granny might pack a little punch, or at least a couple of daggers. She has a walking stick that's made out of metal, like a rod, a walking stick, and just she looks very confused. Most like most old people do, when put into a situation such as this. The end.
Aki, what does this gnome see, and what does Xander's character see when they look at you?
They see a large and very full-maned leonin, probably standing somewhere around mid 6 foot, so 6'5", 6'6". They have very dark, tawny hair, not the golden lion that you are used to seeing, but a much darker set of colorations. And when they see the gnome, there is this low rumbling in their chest of recognition. That's not a threat, it's more of an acknowledgement of her presence. I should also note for the audience that this is indeed a he-him character, just for all of your benefit. He kind of tilts his large head to one side as he observes the tiny creature, almost no larger than his foot, and kind of bows his head to her.
And she bows her head back, looking at this large creature, thinking to herself, "Ah, I'm a cat person." Feeling that instant trust, and knowing deep down that they are indeed an old cat lady inside. And
the scraping sound of hooves on wood when the two of you's attention is drawn over to Xander.
Yes, because even though there's this sense of recognition and familiarity, the growling has activated this sort of flight response as you see the shivering up from hooves that seem to be a goat, a white fluffy coat that comes up into the form of a man who is wearing some sort of like wool over the top half of himself. He's got pink hair and a full goatee that's light pink as well. And this is a centaur who is half goat person.
Or a fawn, I guess.
Or a fawn.
Yeah, however you want to say it.
Yeah.
The three of you realize that you're staring at one another because you're all kind of having the same realization, that same sense of familiarity and bond, with no explanation as to why. Your surroundings start becoming more and more apparent to all of you. First of all, the scent in the air is acrid and almost stings. There's a sensation, that ringing sound coupled with sort of the blackened marks that you see all over the wooden paneled walls around you, indicate that indeed some kind of an explosion happened here. More so, evidence of this fact is the body in the center of the room that the three of you surround. It is a robed figure of some kind. Immediately, there is from all of you a sense of urgency, of alertness upon seeing it, almost like you're picking up a book where you left off in the middle of an exciting chapter that was that had to finish reading it, but you don't remember what the story was. The sight of the body on the ground, though, tells something dark happened here. The robed figure looks like they were at the center of the blast. Most of the upper part of their body is scorched and totally blackened. You can see shards of what looks like some kind of glass or crystal that has been scattered all across the floor. What that is, you're not entirely sure. the next thing that draws your eye is whatever this was not human. It wasn't centaur, it wasn't leonin, it wasn't gnome. Indeed, even with most of its face missing from this detonation of whatever sparked this, the tentacles coming from the side of its face are easy to recognize. And it triggers in each of you an immediate response of dread and terror. You may not know your names, but the word illithid is still known to your psyches. You know a mind flayer when you see it.
Uh-oh.
And its corpse on the ground doesn't look like the explosion necessarily may have been what killed it. And it's at that point, Grawl, that you recognize your arrows lining the chest of this thing. Or rather, I'm sorry, that would actually be Kashmir, your arrows lining the chest of this thing. You were the bow user, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your longbow, that's when you realize, you glance down and realize you're white-knuckled clutching your longbow. And it almost feels like the string of the bow is still humming from use. That subtle vibration after a good draw and release.
And you see edging from the back half of his body this shiver that goes all the way up into the human half into a...
There's so much happening all at once now, having observed this body. There's something at the door that's breaking through. There's a door, apparently. The bottom half of it looks like it's been damaged in the explosion and something is about to burst through. You're in some kind of cabin, apparently on some kind of ship. It looks like some kind of nautical vessel from what you can tell. Just over the pinch of that acrid scent, you do detect the smell of seawater and also the coppery scent of blood. But there's no indication of where that's coming from. The cabin you're in is unique unto itself. It has a long table and a large chair on a dais that looks like it probably housed like where the captain once sat, one of y'all once sat. It's like sort of the big chair at the end of a table kind of deal. What also strikes you immediately, draws your attention away from the door, which is currently under attack. For a brief moment, all three of you noticed this large crystal orb. And when I say large, I mean it's about the size of the gnome. It's about 3 feet tall. Comes down into sort of it's not a perfect circle. It comes down into sort of like an oval shape. And it looks like it is smoothly carved crystal. Not see-through though. It goes to opaque as you gaze inside of it. And what shakes you out of your mesmerism staring at this thing is it looks like something inside is moving inside this crystal orb. You just see it go kind of shake a little bit. At about that point, the splintering sound of the weakened door finally gives way. Y'all are processing all of this at once. So it's just as surreal with just as much missing as the way I'm describing it to you. And as you whirl to face the door, I need everyone to roll initiative.
Ah!
Wait, let me wait. Hold the phone.
Tell me what you get.
I have advantage on initiative, and I rolled 2 17s.
All right, 17. Wow,
So
Rick,
I have
nice
I
roll.
have a 19 on initiative.
Are y'all seeing this on the app?
Yeah,
I
we can see.
it on D&D Beyond.
Did you just see that I rolled a natural 20?
Yep, it's at 21. Kashmir,
Yes.
I didn't think to roll in the app, so I'll do that now so it'll be for everybody.
all you have to do is
21.
click on the initiative box. You probably know that though, don't you?
Yeah. I just
21.
rolled in person.
Would you
Damn.
prefer I roll the digital dice? Because I rolled my physical dice instead.
No, if you want to, it makes it easy for me to track it, but you don't. You're under no obligation to.
Okay, I just rolled really well, so I kind of want to keep this
Yeah,
initiative roll.
totally.
So it's a 19.
Okay. Kashmir, you're going first.
So Kashmir looks down because the door is bursting open, but he had seen his arrows, so he grabs one of the arrows from this body and knocks it onto his bow and fires.
All right. Make an attack. Make your ranged attack.
14.
14 hits.
Good.
Yep. Roll damage.
Okay, I'll do it in here. That is 1d4 or 1d8 plus 4 piercing damage. Here it comes for 10.
10 points of damage. You catch this thing as it leaps from the ground. In the same instant that you go into a state of no mind, Kashmir, you see leaping towards you the clawed feet of a brain with legs, four-legged, as it leaps through the bottom of the door.
Whoa!
There's two more behind it that have burst through the bottom, and they are ramming through this entryway of this weakened door. One of them spotting you immediately. You just goes. You can hear the claws raking across the stone as it throws itself in your direction and gets an arrow immediately, dead center of the body. However, it is still in flight, and it's going to land right in front of you. You hear the cracking of the shaft of the arrow as this thing collapses. All of you hear a screeching sound in the backs of your mind, almost as if there was a psychic roar being emitted from this thing.
Oof.
Next up, Wixel.
Oh, hell no. I'm grabbing my, out of my knitting bag,
Okay.
grabbing my daggers. How many are there again that are
There are
still?
three.
Three?
One of them is in the room, and it's got an arrow shaft that's been shattered into onto the bottom of it.
Great. The one that's in the room, I'm just gonna throw one of my daggers straight at it.
Okay.
Let's see if I hit it. That is a 16.
That'll hit. Roll damage. Not going to be sneak attack damage this first round.
No, it's not. And I give it a paper cut with a damage of 2.
I see that. Dagger slides across the top of it and embeds itself into the wooden wall about a few feet away as it just like slashes right across the top of this thing.
Damn it, I'll never
next
finish
round,
that
pardon me,
story.
you're going to hear the ice cream man truck, and there's nothing I can do about it. It's
Go
so
order
annoying.
something.
Can I just say, when I was running Ravenloft, this thing came by in the middle of a horror description. And I don't know if it was working for me as a GM or against me. I really don't know.
Yeah, that's some good horror soundtrack.
That's some good horror soundtrack. All right,
I
Crawl.
swear, if the song playing is "If I Only Had a Brain" as it
Oh,
comes
yeah.
down,
Ah.
it will be amazing.
All right, Crawl, you're up.
Okay. So Grohl finds that gripped in both of his hands, he has 2 long swords. He's going to rush up to one of the brains, try and head it off before he can get into the room. And he's going to slice at it with both of his swords.
You're going after the injured one?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay.
Let's focus down on one.
If you drop it, you can always change your attack to the other one too.
Sure. Well, I got a 12 on that.
That hits.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
they've got a low.
Great. All right, so that is going to be why did it roll 2 die? Didn't need to. 7. 7 plus 3 is 10 on the first hit. And
That's a
then
dead intellect devourer. Your sword splits this brain in half. There is a sickening splurching sound as it goes into 2 halves, and gore spills out onto the deck as 2 halves fall to the ground, clattering with that arrow shaft at your feet.
so they swing through that one, and then with their offhand attack, they go in for the next one. And they're going that second sword kind of glows with this dim light. That is going to be a 24 to hit.
Definitely hits.
Because of the type of Wanger they are, I can add. So that's going to be 8 damage on that hit.
Breaking out the damage, y'all. All right. Your sword immediately just following up in a single fluid motion of these 2 swords. It's like a dance. Just dead intellect devourer splits in half as you bring the other sword strike down, and pulling that sword back, you can see this line of blood just scatter like somebody flicked paint across a canvas all across the floor. They are still charging into the room. It was going to be their turn next. That one's dead. So the next one is up. That one skitches across the floor. You can hear its claws, these large, gnarled, knotted-looking claws. There's only like 3 on each leg as it skits across the floor and dashes towards you, Grawl. And it is going to make an attack. Grawl, I'm going to need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh no.
That's a 3.
That's
Oh.
a 3. Okay.
Listen, I am very wise, but I never claimed to be particularly smart.
Okay.
I am slightly above average.
Grohl, that ringing sound in your ear, as this thing skids across the floor, it pauses for a second. It almost seems like it's facing you. You can see the brain is pulsating for a moment. And then you hear that ringing sound amp up inside of your head. And there's this piercing headache that immediately erupts inside of your brain that causes you to cringe for a moment. You're going to take 8 points of damage.
Oh.
And it is a very good thing you made that saving throw. Or that you didn't take more than 8 points of damage, I should say. Okay. The next one, however, is actually dashing across the room. It ignores everyone and goes straight for the crystal orb. However, that being the case, it is going to pass through your threat zone, Grawl.
Ooh.
So you will get an attack of opportunity as it completely ignores all of you. It seems completely honed in on that crystal orb that's on the other side of the room. You have the opportunity of taking a bonus action attack here if you choose, or a reaction rather. What do you want to do?
Aki.
Sorry, I was looking at my character sheet. I
Yeah,
apologize.
That's okay. So it's a reaction you can take. You can take a
Attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry. I was just
No worries.
okay. That's oh, is this? Sorry, it's really difficult to tell whether or not the dice is cocked. But it's telling me I'm a 16.
16 hits.
Cool.
Yep. Roll damage.
That's also cocked. Hold on. Sorry, dice are getting real excited over here.
Are you rolling on the character generator?
No, it's interesting. Dice can get cocked on the D&D Beyond thing. It's really funny.
Huh.
It will hit up against the edges of the screen and get cocked. So that's 11 damage.
Immersion.
Yeah.
Immersion.
It's my immersion is well and truly protected.
It takes a brutal hit.
Yes. Thank you. The reason I was looking at my character sheet is because I realized I'd forgotten to cast Hunter's Mark, the quintessential ranger problem.
Hey, this is actually totally good for in-character play though, because you're like, wait, I'm a ranger.
Right.
I am now. All right, that's going to bring an end to the turn. We're starting off again with Kashmir. Kashmir, this intellect devourer that dashed across the room completely ignored all of you, and at the end of its turn, it has latched on top of this crystal orb. It's ignoring you. The immediate threat looks like the one that's still in the center of the room that just attacked Grawl, causing Grawl significant pain.
So Kashmir is running on very little details, but what he does see is the shattered remains of a crystal on the floor and then this orb that seems to be a similar thing. So his instinct is to protect this for whatever reason. He puts his longbow away. As he turns around, he draws from his hip holster a whip that he then unfurls with a crack at this intellect devourer.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack on that. You do have reach, so you don't even have to make a movement here.
Amazing. And just for clarification,
go ahead.
This is a vicious whip.
That's right, because I gave you all magical items.
Yes.
All
so
right.
that is a 25 to hit.
That definitely hits.
Okay, and we're gonna roll some slashing on here. 6 points of damage.
Ooh, with a whip. That's a lot of damage for a whip. Yeah, again, there's a screeching noise that you all hear as the whip just slashes across it, but with almost a zealot fervor, it ignores you and continues to claw at this orb. All right, Wixel, what are you doing? There's the one in the center of the room right now that's really hungry for Grawl. Grawl's kind of faced away and seeing what this other one is doing. What do you do? That's you, Bonnie. You're Wixel.
Oh,
I think she's frozen.
We're back.
We're back.
We're back.
Everyone froze. All right. Continue. I heard Wixel.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Yes, I knew that part.
Yeah.
What were you saying before? We were rudely.
There's one in the center of the room. There's one that's dashed past the party and is latched onto the crystal orb.
Well, speaking of dash, I'm going to use my cunning bonus action to dash or to hide.
Okay.
Into the shadows. I'm a hiding granny. I'm pretty small. So I'm going to dash into the corner and try and get around this creature so I can double attack it with my my other dagger from behind.
So you're going to
do a sneak attack, basically.
Sure. Which creature though are you attacking?
The one closest to me.
The one closest to you? The one closest to you is the one in the center of the room that just tried to kill Grawl.
Yes, I'll do that one.
All right. That one you actually wouldn't even technically need to hide from. It's right up next to Grawl, so it's kind of in range. You would get flanking bonus if you didn't have to hide until if you wanted to, you could sneak attack it and then hide afterwards so it couldn't retaliate.
I want to sneak attack so I can get that extra damage.
You'll get that either way because it's currently flanked by Grawl right now.
Then let's do all of that.
It's within 5 feet of Grawl. Okay, cool.
Well, never mind. I rolled a 2.
Now remember, I gave you guys inspiration, so feel free to use that.
I feel so inspired.
So you can roll another d20.
I will roll the d20. An 11?
That's not going to do it. I'm sorry.
Okay, look. All right, I'm a little disoriented. I did not take my prune juice this morning, and I feel like I am very disoriented. I will just go hide in the shadows.
Do you want to hide as a bonus action still?
Yeah, I'd like to hide near where my dagger had gotten pebbed in the wall so I can grab that one again.
Okay. Yeah, that should be easy enough. So you can go over there and retrieve your dagger, basically. I mean, it's not going to engage you. But I will say this. Unless you use the hide action, it will get an attack of opportunity on you if you try to move outside. Because you came up and stabbed at it, missed. And if you try to leave that area now, it'll get to hit you once. Or try to, anyway.
I'm hiding.
Okay, so use your cunning action to blink. The Intellect Devourer kind of skitters around to see where you are. There's nothing there. Go ahead and make your go ahead and roll the hide check real quick.
I'm sorry, what?
Go ahead and make you're gonna make a stealth check here.
Yes, I am.
So roll stealth.
Oh, did you see that? Natural 20, 24.
Okay. Yeah. So this Intellect Devourer turns around. There's nothing there. And it just kind of like, if an Intellect Devourer would be like, shrug. It kind of goes, turns back. Grawl, you see the confusion on this creature for a split second. It's your turn. What would you like to do?
Die, accursed beast.
Okay.
That's going to be a 13.
13 hits.
Coolio. Here we go. For 8 damage.
More blood as you slice down and chop this thing to death. Your blade scrapes across the wooden floor, sending this thing into the afterlife. It is now just a pile of brain with leg on the ground.
There's still one more?
There is, and you could move and attack it.
I would like to do so with my other sword. Hacha. That'll also be a 12.
That will hit.
Cool. That will take 6 points of damage.
Okay, it's still alive. Not only is it still alive, but even though it takes the hit, it ignores you. On its turn, it claws its way in. You actually watch in astonishment as these little claws manage to jab into the surface of this crystalline-looking orb. And you see and hear this cracking sound. As this cracking sound is taking place, I'm going to go ahead and give Sam DeLev a surprise attack on this thing as this thing goes.
I bite it.
Roll your attack.
$18 to hit.
That definitely fucking hits. Roll damage.
7.
Yeah. It had 4 hit points left. So what you see is Intellect Devourer tearing into this crystal orb. The crystal orb cracks and shatters. And as this cave kind of like it starts to cave in, the Intellect Devourer almost triumphantly gathers to the top like it's going to sink into this orb. When you see what, Sam, explode out from the egg and chomp this thing in half?
little crystal claws reach up, grab it, and pull the Intellect Devourer toward its crystalline, draconic snout. Light sparkles off of it and glistens as the dragon shakes the Intellect Devourer and then starts to scritch into it.
Aren't you just the cutest thing I've ever seen?
The Intellect Devourer was not, it was a moment of triumph. It was not expecting to die. There's a screeching sound as this hatchling, wormling crystal dragon chomps down on the Intellect Devourer, like head popping out of the egg, grabbing it, pulling it in. You can see a spray of blood. You know, it may seem pretty nasty to everybody else, Celestine, but wow, not bad for a first meal. Nom, 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 brain. Lots of protein. There's a little bit of a slimy texture to it, but you can get around that, no problem. A few seconds later, and this thing comes, its legs, as there's a horrible squelching sound, and the thing grows still. This dragon peeks its head up. The egg begins to fall apart around it.
Did anybody else see that coming?
I thought it was a crystal ball.
I'm still hiding in the shadows.
Okay.
What?
I said I'm sorry. That was
Well, you're not hiding anymore.
Anymore.
Oh, they're learning. Hello.
Hello.
Don't eat us.
I think they're probably really feeling pretty full.
Pretty full.
Celestine, the first thing that you realize, Celestine, as they're talking to you, is that none of them sound like a voice of a tutor. You don't recognize that old, comforting dwarven voice that you heard for so many years outside of your shell, telling you who you are, where your place would be, mentoring you on what it would be to learn the spellcraft of the arcane, and teaching you where your place would be once you grew older. Indeed, the descriptions and the things that you could hear as you were growing inside of this crystal sphere, inside of this egg, was preparing you for the day when you would hatch. Were you expected to be greeted by the herald as they had been telling you you would be? You were expecting to see perhaps a parent. You were expecting to see these fabled hoards, the shinies of golds and gems that you had been told about. Instead, you see a darkened inner cavern. 3 individuals you do not recognize. As you're lapping the blood up as it just runs smoothly off of your crystalline mouth, looking around, this does not look like you were told it would be. Indeed, now that you're thinking about it, it's been a long time since you've heard the voice of the caretaker. This doesn't feel right. These people seem okay. They fed you. That was nice of them. But where are you?
I pick my way out from the shell, hop down, and for a newly hatched dragon, I think a lot of people, particularly Grohl, might know, this one, Celestine, seems very small, which someone with any knowledge draconic knows is characteristic of crystal dragons. We're little. And whenever the light sparks off of them, they're made of rainbows. But the way that they move is perhaps also familiar to Grohl. It's almost feline. A little murder kitten.
The shoulder blades raising with each graceful step as this crystal dragon just slinks down off of the table. Your crystalline claws scraping across the wood. You're starting to get that scent. Now, Celestine, in here, what you detect with your nostrils is the smell of death and burning. And for you, it just smells like heavy air. You can feel the air feels heavy and thick, but you can also smell that moisture that's in here too, that is familiar to you now that you've had a big gory mouthful of meat. Ah, yes, something has died in here. And the three of these creatures standing here staring at you astonished.
I'll move up to the one who waved at me, the one with the clicky feet, and swarm up.
Whoa! You're so fast.
Where's the voice? Where are we?
That's the question.
Yes.
At this point, Wixel's gonna come out from the shadows and like, it appears that we're all a oh, hello, surprise! It appears that we are all a victim of a memory ailment. I feel like I know most of you, yet I don't know you at all.
I am missing my name. The only thing that is familiar is that creature lying in the middle of the floor.
Oh, yeah.
As am I, dear. I don't remember much of all at all.
I have a question for the DM. Does anything about the egg and Celestine seem familiar to any of us?
No, that actually feels new, fresh, not familiar. You did not expect a crystal dragon to emerge from this crystal orb. Of course, it makes sense now that you've seen it happen, but this has been a rather shocking moment.
Kashmir's going to look down at the shattered crystal on the floor and compare it to the pieces of the egg, just to verify or see sort of what he was thinking earlier.
Definitely different.
Definitely different.
The crystal, the pieces of the crystal that led to the egg, it's easy to see that the crystal of Celestine's egg has that same almost glitter like prismatic effect when light touches it. The crystal that's laying on the floor has a deep purple, almost a sinister glow. It's fading away slowly.
Oh.
Celestine's going to help by getting very close as well. And by help, I mean get their snoot very into the robed figure and probably do some scritchies on the rope and investigate it.
Yeah, the fabric tears easily under your claws. Searching this creature, you immediately find what looks like a scroll case.
I pick it up and I fall on my back with it.
Like a puppy that is super excited by the treat that it just found. You just fall back holding the scroll case up into your four appendages.
They are uncomfortably small.
I'm gonna go up to this adorable creature and be like, can I interest you in a quick trade while I look that over, dear? And I'm going to pull out a ball of yarn and see if I can switch so I can inspect the scroll that they're holding.
Indiana Jones it.
Yeah, it's like, oh, would you rather this beautiful, soft little ball of yarn to play and swipe and yes, no?
DM, is the scroll case shiny? I'm just trying to determine what the shinier object is in order to inform this decision.
In fact, it just looks like if you didn't know any better, it looks like skin that's been stretched over something. You're not sure whose or what's, but it definitely doesn't look shiny. It looks rather morbid.
They don't even hand it off from their back. They'll put the scroll down in order to put their foreclaws onto the ground and pounce the yarn, and we'll be in the corner behind you. with it.
You
now.
saw prey, you went for it.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'll try not to destroy it too much. I need it for a scarf. And then I'm gonna inspect this scroll.
Okay, inspecting the
It looks
scroll.
valuable.
What languages do you speak?
It's a great question. Common, gnomish, thieves can't. So probably won't help me here.
You pull open this scroll, and first of all, it occurs to you too, Wixel, as you're pulling open the scroll. This is skin. I don't mean leather. I mean it's skin.
No, I know, dear. It's disgusting.
you
They did
pull it
not
open, you're just like-
moisturize at all.
As you pull it open, you see etched into it in delicate calligraphy is
Oh.
deep speech of some kind. You don't recognize what it says.
Oh dear, oh dear.
I do.
You read deep speech?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wonderful.
I'm a
wonderful.
monster slayer.
bring-
Okay. Deep speech.
That's true.
Not wanting to give away that I don't understand it. I'm just gonna be like, I just didn't bring my reading glasses. Here you are, dear.
All right. Taking this, you read into it. Grawl, even with your understanding of the deep speech, it seems like someone was trying to encode what it is that they were writing here. The writing itself seems halting, abrupt, very simplistic orders. For mind flayers, being as intelligent as they are, in their own written language, are quite well written. However, this one seems to be pretty blunt. And it's difficult to make out. It's difficult to string the sentences together the way it's written. However, you do see references in here to, it looks like evidence of some kind, a deal that's been struck. Evidence of something called the Io's Blood Island Chain, its location, a crystal dragon egg being offered as tribute and proof of the discovery. This was a scout ship of some kind, a scout vessel. You're not sure if it's referring to the vessel that you're on. And somebody named Enziax is referred to here. It looks like this is a scroll that's addressed to Enziax, whoever that is. And if you're reading this correctly, Enziax has given themselves or has the title of Herald of the Void.
That's dramatic.
Every indication would point at that whatever it is that they were here for, it would seem like they were here for Celestine.
Someone wants you very much, little one.
They are all the way entangled in the yarn. And so the moment they want to move, they almost trip and then bite through the yarn.
Okay.
So there are shreds to the side.
Oh.
There goes the yarn.
Yes, there goes that scarf I was making.
Why?
You are a tribute of some kind to someone.
No?
According
Celestine.
to this, yes.
Tribute?
Whoa.
You are going to become one, whether you wanted to be it or not.
Dragon.
That
Tribute.
the tribute isn't a race. It's never mind. In any case, you are in danger of some kind.
But it's nice to meet you, Celestine.
At least someone here knows their name.
Exactly.
Mhm. True.
Danger?
Hmm.
At least not for now, but perhaps wherever it is we are going. Who's driving the ship anyway?
Oh yeah.
Oh!
It suddenly occurs to you all. Oh my god! Like the surrealness of waking up, this battle, encountering the crystal dragon, and looking at this scroll. It all suddenly starts to dawn on you. Like, wait a minute, where are we? We're in a ship.
I'm on a
Where
boat.
is the ship?
I got my flippy floppies. No. What's going
Honestly,
on?
I could
Can we go?
imagine your gnome wearing flip flops. That actually tracks.
All I know that we should probably go and see who is driving the boat. Or at least if there is anyone here. But cautiously as I hold my daggers.
I think it is possibly a good idea to hide the hatchling.
How big are you, Sam?
Category small, so Celestine is Wickle size.
Yep.
Wickle widow dragon.
Because I was gonna see if you could fit in my pouch, but I doubt it.
I'm not
Wixel
quite a
and-
purse cat.
Yeah. Wixel
Darn.
and Celestine are about the same size.
I think you're huge.
Wixel is basically about the same size as Kitty Pride's dragon. Shadow. Oh, what's his name? I'm blanking on his name. Shadow.
Oh no.
Not Shadowfax, is it? No, that's Gandalf's.
No, that's
horse.
No,
Gandalf's
that's-
horse.
That's
Uh,
Gandalf.
I'm totally blanking
Samhain?
on. What is it?
Samhain?
Lockheed.
Lockheed,
It was
Lockheed.
Oh,
Lockheed.
yes,
That's right. I
Lockheed.
just remembered. It was named after. Because I remember. I was like, no, airplanes. Why am I thinking airplanes? Lockheed. Yeah. So anyway, what do y'all do?
Yeah, so when the Leonin suggests to hide the hatchling gets low and moves around the clicky hoof.
Okay.
Which is funny because the goat centaur is not that much bigger than the gnome, but definitely smaller than the lionin.
But wait, I have an idea. I have a like a disguise kit in my pack. I can get some kind of cloak and drape it over Cashmere's horsiness, and Celestine can hide underneath the haunches, and it could be like if they could do like if they just walk in sync together.
I just have so many legs. Yeah.
You just look like baby got back, you know. You got a nice round rump and you're a little bit rounder in the back, and I'm
This
just gonna wrap.
conversation has
Go on,
quickly-
Bonnie.
I'm just saying it's an idea.
It is an
that
idea.
I can't not talk like this. I could have been saying this is funny the whole time, but
I have an addendum to your plan if you're willing. Is the cloth long enough to drape all the way to the floor? Because you could put it over Cashmere, and Celestine could hide between his click clacks.
yes, that's what I was implying a little bit. It'd make his backside a little rounder, probably. But get it?
Oh, that was a
I'm
full
ending
sentence.
it there. No.
Yeah.
I've got my snoot like toward your bag now, like I'm about to start looking through and grabbing things for you if you do not stop.
Is that the plan? I have the cloak right here. Here we are.
I think
Woohoo.
that works.
Now just stay close to. Oh, we don't even know your name. I said Cashmere, but we didn't.
Right.
Stay close to him and keep hidden, and we'll make sure that you're taken care of.
Celestine gets very close to a point that I'm sure a click clack is very comfortable being close with the dragon. But I follow directions.
Okay.
You're
So
not a
we'll say
fainting
you
goat, are
managed
you?
You managed to adequately hide the small crystal dragon. It's going to be a little awkward moving, but you think you've covered your bases here.
You have sea legs. You're seasick, dear. Just go with that.
You don't have to tell me.
All right. So what do y'all do?
We're gonna go up and examine the door that was broken into.
Yeah, the door, which this entire area is dimly lit by glowing crystals on the wall. The crystals themselves have sort of an amber glow to them. It's a pretty wide open space. Most of them are over actually by the dais, by the chair, lighting the table where you see a bunch of maps that have been spread out across that have been all made a mess. But the door itself that leads out of this room, the under part of it has been severely damaged where these intellect devourers crawled underneath it and tore it open. The door itself, too, is locked from the inside. So one of you or somebody locked the door and was trying to bar the door. It's an easy thing just to unlatch it and swing it open. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay.
Whoever wants to make one.
All of us?
Yeah.
Cool.
6.
That's what I'm good at.
Okay.
16.
Okay.
21.
Ooh.
Nice.
It's my
Those
job.
lion eyes. Lion
Celestine?
eyes.
I have a cloak over my face.
That's true.
That's okay. Make the perception check. You're good.
But my perception check isn't. I have a cloak over my face. 6.
6. Okay, so it makes sense. None of y'all hear anything outside the door.
I think it is clear for now, but we should remain on our guard.
So I'll be the one that lifts up the bar on the door.
You pull that thing up, good sturdy plank of wood, and pull the door back. The first thing you notice as you pull the door back is, as you pull it open, there is a dead troglodyte at the foot of what looks like a staircase that immediately goes up to the main deck. This thing looks like it's got an arrow in its neck.
Does the arrow look familiar?
Yes, it does.
I'll be taking that.
You're looking at this thing like, oh. As you step closer to it, you see it also has a vicious sword gash across its chest and multiple stab wounds. This troglodyte probably did a pretty good job getting as far as it did, but it obviously met the business end of y'all's stick. It is covered in the typical slime that you would see, and of course you can smell the seawater and blood from this thing. And then overhead, you can see the stairs leads up. The area that it leads up to is directly to, looks like the top part of the deck. And you can clearly see from here the night sky overhead.
And there's nobody else that seems to be aboard that we can
You don't
tell.
hear anybody.
I look at all of them. I'm the captain now. Didn't go to
That
the
may
helm.
very well be true. I wonder if there is a ship's manifest that has the names of everybody on board, or something like that. We might be able to discover our names.
Oh,
That's
let's check the
very
papers on the
wise.
table.
So yeah.
We'll
Celestine
rush
is now
back
bored
in.
and is going to rush up onto the deck.
Yeah.
Celestine, the idea of staying in this room for one more second is just horrible. You dash out of the room immediately and bolt out from underneath the blanket, right off the top of the centaur and up the stairs. The scraping of the claws as this dragon just takes off.
Did anybody anticipate becoming parents today? Because I'm not sure how I feel about this. And Grohl is going to follow after the tiny hatchling.
Okay. Who's going after? Is everyone going up?
Just real quick, I'm gonna go check the papers, like the maps and stuff that are on the table, because I'm a little more comfortable now without a
Sure.
dragon underneath me.
I would also like to check the table for anything
Yeah,
valuable.
splitting the party. I love it. We just started. All right. The two of you, Kashmir and Wixel, as you get over to the table, confusion begins to set in upon you as you look at these maps because they don't look like anything you've ever seen. And your mouth suddenly starts to become dry as you start to realize that this is unlike anything you were anticipating seeing. And it occurs to you the same time as Grawl and Celestine reach the deck. When you all reach the top of the deck and you see the great sails that are up onto the left and right, you begin to realize that you're not under the night sky. You're in the night sky. And that is where our story begins.
What?
Okay, we're back.
We begin on the deck with Celestine and Grawl. You find yourselves looking out over the space of what is known as wild space, the starry night sky. There is no ocean. There is just the stars and the crystal clear black of the void all around all of you. Surrounding this vessel, you become aware that the deck you're standing on is not a sea sailing vessel at all. In fact, it looks quite different. Jake, would you mind bringing up our image of our ship? In fact, the vessel that you are all on resembles a large dragonfly. You see these huge golden sails arcing off the very top part of this vessel, and you see it arching all the way back, elongating the vessel itself all the way to the back. It looks like a giant insect. This ship has 2 decks. The 2 of you are standing on the top of this deck, gazing. The other thing that you notice, Grawl, immediately as you're looking around, gobsmacked at this sky around you, is that the starlight reflecting off of Celestine has caused this prismatic glow to ignite all around them. They are shining, they're glistening with rainbow all about them right now. There's also something a little more insidious that you can see scattered about your field of vision. The evidence of some kind of battle took place here. There's more dead troglodytes on the deck. And you also see chunks of debris floating in this black void just off the bow and stern of the ship. Huge pieces of what look like shells or like some kind of giant nautical creature of some kind. Pieces of it floating in deep space all around you.
There's a Blood of the Void reference in here, and I'm not getting it.
Other than that, this vessel, for all of its size, the vessel itself is actually comparatively, it's not quite as big as you might think. It's about, let's see, to the main deck that y'all are on, it's about 60 to 75 feet long, about 25 feet wide. Y'all are currently at station keeping. Nobody's moving. And there's no indication that there's any other crew here. You do see the other corpse of an intellect devourer with an arrow and a gash in it. Already, if you want, the 2 of you can make me an investigation check to try to piece together what's happened here.
Okay. It's just a 12 from me.
Okay.
30-20 from Celestine.
What'd you get?
30-20.
Ooh.
A dirty 20? Celestine, you can already picture, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. These things came aboard the ship and there was a big fight and they went down into the room below and holed up to try to bottleneck everybody. This sounds very much like the strategies that the caretaker once told me about during some of the earlier wars with the Dragon Slayers. Is immediately what's going through your mind. Grawl, you kind of see the same thing. You can see that some kind of boarding action took place. For whatever reason, the ship came to a stop. You were probably repelling boarders. Assuming this is your ship, you can see the way the violence apparently has tracked its way down into the hold where y'all were at. It makes sense in your mind, if you were being attacked, to have put your back against the wall. But what happened to the other vessel is unclear. You do see, situated up on this deck, this ship is not defenseless. You both can clearly see that this ship has a light ballista located at the front of the ship near one of the mainsails. And it looks like it has been fired. And judging from the ammunition that is laying up off to the side, that's been lashed to the side of the deck, it's gone through a couple of rounds of fire. It also seems to occur to you that this ship has taken some damage. It's still sailable, assuming that you know how to sail it, but it is clear that there was a battle and that shit went down. You were looking at the aftermath of this fight with no memory of how it happened, when it happened, and only a vague idea as to why it happened.
I don't like any of this.
Down below, Xander, Kashmir and Wixel are staring at star charts, maps. These specifically reference something called realm or realm space. I need you both to roll an investigation check. Tell me what you get.
Oh dear.
Also, I need you, the audience, to know that we did not know this was coming, and as soon as Eric had said that, I was like, "SpellJammer confirmed."
Yep. I didn't tell any of the players any of what was going on. I just said, make a character with no history,
No backstory, yeah.
no memory. You can roll up anything you want. Go.
17, dear.
18.
Okay.
Ooh.
So the both of you kind of find it at the same time. You find a map that pinpoints where you are, wherever the hell that is. It just shows a fresh line drawn all the way to a point in the map where it says intercept point. You also see a ship. It looks like an alternative course. And you see Illithid Scout drawn onto a dot. And immediately the two of you with that high intercept score, you begin to realize, wait a minute. This ship intercepted that Illithid ship, and there might have been an engagement of some kind. You can also see your point of origin. You trace your fingers all the way back across these planets that are orbiting what looks like a star to a moon named Saloon. Doesn't sound familiar. But above the moon of Saloon, you see there is apparently a halo of asteroids, rocks. You see an X that marks a point called Homestone.
This feels like home. And I'll be pointing to it.
I'm so confused. Was this our ship and were we attacked? Or was this someone else's ship and we attacked them in order?
Well, we are not Illithids, so that's for sure. And that is a dead one. And we'll point over at the...
Oh, yes, I knew that. I got that part.
Ruffling through, are there any other papers like what the lion was saying? Some sort of ship's manifesto?
Yes, there is a ship's manifest. And it looks like it's written out a little more rigidly. Like it looks like it's not quickly scrawled. You pick it up and you can see destination points of origin. You're reading through it immediately. You can see, oh, Salune. You hold that up. That sounds familiar to all of you as you're starting to look at the name and you're like, wait a minute, I do know that name. That does sound familiar for some reason. Now that it's written properly on this manifest, it looks like this one is a very rigid, very like on the nose, like documents all of the cargo that the ship was carrying, documents all of the crew members that are on board. It documents specifically 3 members of the crew. In fact, 3 members that crew this entire ship: Grawl, Kashmir, Wixel.
I bet I'm Wixel.
It lists Grawl as the navigator.
I don't think that's me. I'm looking at these maps. I can't make heads or tails of it. And so far, everything that I've done felt almost like a muscle memory. I had no idea I could throw these, as I hold up the daggers, so well and so accurately. I didn't even know I had them until I attacked with them.
Not bad.
Oh, but dear they. Sorry, that was good. What does the other 2 names have next to them?
The other 2 names?
If Grall's the navigator.
Navigator.
Oh, Kashmir is quartermaster and is also the one that mans the light ballista up on the deck. That has a ring of familiarity to it. Kashmir, as you're thinking about that, you're like, I don't know why, but that sounds right.
Oh, now that I think about it, yeah. Kashmir.
You, Wixel, look like you are here as sort of an operative.
Oh.
It doesn't detail specifically what your role on the ship is. There is no listed captain. It looks like this vessel has a crew complement of roughly about 4 capable and is a small vessel. Can fly with a minimum crew of about 3 or 4 people.
I must have been the cook.
Explaining the daggers.
Yes, to chop up all the little pieces of zucchini.
Now, your suspicions are that these maps are placing you all in, like, by celestial navigation, but you still have not gone up above deck to confirm what you might be slowly starting to believe.
So Kashmir will grab the manifest and then we'll rush out. Be like, I know our names.
You can hear the hooves charging up the stairs as he comes bursting out. Kashmir, I was just gonna say, Kashmir, as you get to the top, holding up the manifest, you see the night sky all around you. You see the celestial heavens all about you in every direction. The twinkling of starlight in the distant sun.
We appear to be in space.
Oh, we could breathe.
Celestine has been going through all of the bodies and all of the corners and all of the compartments, trying to see if any of them look like they would have been the voice that they heard in their egg. They don't know where the caretaker is, but he's supposed to be here. Voice? Voice?
No, Wixel.
Nothing. None of this sounds familiar to you.
Wixel.
Wixel. I believe is my name. Or maybe it's Wixel. I'm not quite sure how it's pronounced. It could be French. I believe
that is
I'm
true.
the cook.
The manifest does list you all, and it does give a brief description of who you are. So it's easy to pinpoint, especially because of the differences in everybody. Celestine is not listed on this, obviously. It's just the 3 of you.
And again, it doesn't list what I do, right? It's blank.
It just says operative.
And I am...
It says you listed as operative.
Growl.
Navigator? That's what I do here?
Let's sure hope so.
Lead the way.
Guess that makes sense.
And I am the master of the court, I guess. I'm Kashmir.
Kashmir.
Does it mention the name of the ship in the manifest?
It does, yes.
Yes, it does. Oh,
Star Sprite is the name of the ship.
Oh.
Sprite.
Welcome to the Star Sprite.
I think that one is a star sprite.
Starlight, Star
Celestine
Sprite.
perks up. We're talking. We are about Celestine right now, and it's it's weirdly exciting to them. But knowing now that Grohl is the navigator, they sort of look. Where go?
I am not sure. Did you find anything else of worth down in the quarters?
We were attacked by the Illithids, or we attacked them. One of the two.
We certainly destroyed something. There are pieces of the wreckage all around us.
We won.
We did. But I do not yet know what the price of that win was. I can only imagine that before we won, we had our memory. Any maps?
Yeah. And he'll rush down to grab him.
I couldn't make heads or tails of them.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody can take those stairs. Not even Celestine. Nobody can take those stairs the way Kashmir can. Is the goat just the goat legs just activating? You are
feel
down
like-
up those stairs in a moment's notice. You're back up and handing the maps over to Brawl. Grawl, as you look at these maps, you do spot the point of origin. You spot a destination point, which you presume is where you all are right now. And it looks like an intercept point from what looks like an Illithid scout ship of some kind. You're not sure, but the handwriting looks familiar. You may have drawn this. You're not sure. But as you're kind of glancing at it, one thing that does seem familiar to you is the place called Homestone, which is on what looks like this crown of asteroids that circle this moon called Selene. The asteroids themselves are called the Tears of Selene, and you see that it is marked on one of these asteroids called Homestone. It appears to be the point of origin of the vessel.
They tap the map with a claw. We started here. Does a place called Homestone feel familiar to you, Celestine?
However, Kashmir and Wixel, it does feel familiar.
Better to go back. At least they might have some answers for us.
There's no place like Homestone.
And can I see the path that has been the plot that has been the course that has been plotted?
You
Is the
can
word
indeed.
are the words I'm looking for?
Yeah, you can indeed. And in fact, if this map, I mean, the distances are mind-boggling as you're looking at this, but if it's to be believed, relatively speaking, it's not that far. It looks like y'all dashed out of Homestone and intercepted something that was perhaps coming or going out in the outer reaches of this place called Realm Space. What's curious is the edge of Realm Space is just listed as the sphere boundary. You don't know what that means. Sounds familiar, but you're not entirely sure.
Are there any words I know on the map?
No, nothing looks familiar.
Map is terrible and boring. So Celestine is going to probably jump up and be a little bowsprit, just looking up over, and then looks back over their shoulder like, we're going somewhere now?
Okay, so the bowsprit. So funnily enough, being dragonfly shaped, it's really no bowsprit. There's just the front of this vessel, which is kind of slopes off like the front of a dragonfly's face. The lower deck area does have sort of like an arcing, sort of like half crescent shape that kind of moves up. You can jump onto that. There is a mainmast towards the front, and these two large dragonfly-like wings that function as these iridescent golden sails that it has
Cool.
2 of those coming up on both sides and 2 of the large ones coming down all across the bottom. Think of them as kind of like the sails from Treasure Planet that catch the solar rays.
Oh,
Very
I was
similar.
thinking of Bajoran.
Yeah.
ship.
Oh, very similar to that. Yes. Very, very similar to that. But there is a mainmast where you do see regular sails are capable of being hoisted. As you run up to that lower decked area and get to the furthest point forward of the ship, Celestine, the first thing you notice is looking straight down, you just see space. You see realm space, all of the wild space in front of you. It looks like 1,000 diamonds sparkling on a curtain of black. Underneath that ship, too, is these long insectoid-looking legs that function who knows how, but they're long enough that they're almost the same length as the vessel itself.
Rudders, perhaps.
Mm.
So I'm in the same place now, and we haven't moved anywhere, and I'm bored. So I want to run up the skeletonization of one of the wings,
Cool.
and then fly to the other.
Oh.
I don't know if a dragon should fly in the middle of wild space, but here's what you have to
Right.
remember: I don't know.
Yeah.
Make an athletics check.
Great. We don't like acrobatics for this, do we?
You're small enough. I would take acrobatics.
Oh,
100%.
that's so much better.
100%.
Good. 14.
Oop.
That would have been so bad if it were half.
Celestine, the first thing that occurs to you as you're scrambling up these dragonfly wings is that your claws are having a negative effect on them. As you're climbing up on them, you kind of start compensating immediately because you begin to realize you're leaving marks in some of whatever this cloth, this material is that's see-through. But you do manage to get to the tops of one of these wings and launch yourself from one to the other. Your wings fly open. You all watch kind of stunned for a second as Celestine throws open their wings, catching starlight underneath these crystalline membranes, casting a rainbow glow across the bottom of the deck where you were all standing. You sail through the air across from one wing to the next and attach.
Get down from there.
I pull out a cardboard 9 out of my back.
Celestine will do another leap glide to the mainmast and then scratchel down that,
Okay.
twirl around it, look up at Kashmir and say, I do the sails.
Mm-mm. Just don't shred them.
They try to extend their fingers so that their claws are out of the way. It's not very effective. They're trying.
We should decide where we're going to go, home or continue on our course.
Let's head to the Homestone.
I feel like we can't really have a course until we get some answers about who we are and what our mission was in the first place.
How do we know that that way doesn't hold danger? Actually, how do we know either way doesn't hold danger?
Exactly.
It's all
here.
dangerous.
I believe I'll go down into the galley and make us a snack because I think that's what I do here. Well, you decide.
Celestine just spikes up and moves into kind of a danger.
So I want to clarify something really fast because I'm not entirely sure I understood.
Sure.
Is Homestone is still very close to where we are at the moment, or are we closer to our destination?
If it's hard to say, but if you're to believe what you're reading on the map, from what you rolled on that investigation check, it's safe to assume that your destination was an intercept course with an illithid scout, which you completed. And that where you are right now is your destination.
Ah, interesting. So I guess going home is actually the correct course of action. Except we're probably not bringing back what they anticipated we'd bring back. Or we are.
Our lives?
We're leading Celestine into a trap.
Oh. Well, we can't make any decisions without any information.
I'll go and see how I start this thing.
Bounce around the ship and see if any position feels any familiar. I'll stand here. Do I do this? I'll hold a rope. No, I don't think so.
So what you get is this entire ship feels familiar to you.
Mm.
It all feels very familiar. You just don't know what was going on or what your purpose was, but it feels like, no, this is where you belong. You just don't know why. Real quick, Grawl, specifically, what are you planning on doing?
I guess I'm trying to find the place from which we operate the ship, I guess.
Okay.
Where does the navigator hang out and actually do the thing?
Let's do this. Make an investigation check.
Cool. No, not bad. It's a 23.
Okay. So about 30 minutes of walking around the vessel and thoroughly examining this entire ship, it all feels so frustratingly familiar, but you cannot remember anything about your life or what you did here. The other thing that boggles your mind is there is no wheel. There is no obvious sign of propulsion anywhere. You look all over the front of the deck. You don't see anything that even there's nothing there is nothing that suggests that there is a rudder on this ship anywhere to be found. After going through the front part of the deck, you go to the lower deck. The lower deck, you begin to realize, is through that stairwell, there's actually other doors that lead towards the back of the ship, where you see cargo holds and a sleeping area for the crew, namely your two other crewmates, and what you imagine is your own place where you were sleeping. It doesn't look like it has a lot of personal belongings in here, which with that investigation score, I'll immediately tell you, indicates to you that y'all were not preparing for a long voyage if your belongings aren't here. But you do see what you are sure is your bed. Moving towards the front of the vessel, you've exhausted every room to try to find the captain's wheel, and you can't find it. When you move back into the room with the gore, the dead intellect devourers, and the blown up illithid, you see at the back of the room, again up on the dais, that chair inlaid with what looks like red velvets, comfortably seated, but it looks ritualistically raised up. It looks like it's on some kind of gear system now that you're looking at it, surrounded by these amber glowing orbs.
Ah. Well, that tracks. Grohl will cross over to the chair and kind of like run their hand along one of the armrests and then just sort of kind of turn and sit to sort of test if the chair actually fits their large frame.
How big is this chair? Yes.
It's quite large.
Damn.
You
All right.
sink down into
Probably
it.
not mine then.
As you sink down into the chair, there's a gear mechanism that immediately goes, and the armrests raise up to meet your elbows. And you are sitting comfortably. In the moment this happens, you sit there for a moment. Would you like to attune to the chair?
Sure.
You concentrate for a moment, and your eyes slowly start to widen, Grawl, as your awareness begins to expand out. And as your eyes widen, these two front doors that are in front of you did not know were there, part of the ship, go sliding up as the dragonfly's eyes open and begin to emit the amber glow from around this chair, shining outward. Celestine, you looking down, you can see it looks like the dragonfly is awoken. You see these golden lights coming out from these giant bug-like eyes that are down below. And as this is happening, Grawl, you see, gazing out from these windows that are now in front of you, the chair begins to shift around so that you're facing in the opposite direction. Next, what happens is you see those star charts that have been drawn out begin to formulate in your mind, reflected off of the windows in front of you. And you can see a starway form right in front of you, showing you a path. You also become immediately aware of everything on the ship. You become aware of the beds. You become aware of the location of Wixel, who is currently going through what looks like the larder. You become very aware of Celestine, who is scratching at the back of their neck for a second.
Oh, no, I'm playing a telepath again.
You become aware of everybody on this vessel, and you and this SpellJammer ship become one.
I thought I played an empath in the other game,
Yeah.
Eric.
Right, so we did telepath here. Variety.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right. So with that done, I guess my next move is to attempt to. You see that there's a starway in front of me. Does it look like I have to like manually plot some kind of course into it?
Nope.
Okay.
You just will to go. It's the flight of the navigator.
Then I will press the big red button that says go in my brain.
You simply lean your head down. All of you up on the deck see suddenly the dragonfly's wings go and expand outward, and these insectoid-like wings begin to unfurl, catching the sunlight from a distant star and all the starlight around you. And there's no lurching sensation. There's suddenly just this feeling of inexplicable freedom and the majesty of wild space all around you as this dragonfly SpellJammer begins to launch forward and fly at incredible speeds through wild space back towards the place known as Homestone. And that is where we're going to take our break. This is 8 o'clock. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Welcome back to Star Jam with 2 M's and an exclamation mark. So we are going to be jumping back into this game tonight. If you're just now joining us, just so you know, we sprung this on the players. They had no idea they were playing SpellJammer tonight.
Welcome to the Spell Jam. Here's your dance to
This
your
was
dance.
sprung on the players. They woke up with no memory, and they've been trying to piece things together, and we're picking up where we left off before the break, which is they discovered they're on board a Dragonfly class SpellJammer, and now they are on their way back to supposedly home base, a place called Homestone, which is located in an asteroid belt known as the Tears of Selune. We'll go ahead and pick up halfway through that journey. It's not going to take too long, and the speeds y'all are traveling at should be just a few hours. But it starts to slowly come back to you, Grawl. It's still familiar. You can't explain why, but you begin to realize, yes, that's right. I was the navigator of the vessel. I can use magic. That's why I can use the vessel. It starts to creep back into you. The arcane or divine power is what allows you to activate and use this chair. Anybody who can call upon spell magic of 1 level or higher, can't be a cantrip, has to be spell slots. If you have that ability, you can use this to activate this particular helm. The thing that's really coming back to you, though, Grawl, is this sense of joy that's buried deep down inside, probably hidden sort of like, I'll let you interpret as you may, but the way I'm reading Grawl is this is kind of like the Worf effect, where you are deliriously happy, but you've only got a small microscopic grin on the side of your face. You're sitting there gazing out over the star lanes and seeing the worlds coming upon you. In the distance, you are starting to remember certain things. You see the great, beautiful moon of Selune. You see that ring of asteroids. It fills you with both a sense of home, but also with a mild sense of dread and alertness. Like, Homestone is where you're headed, and that's where you belong. But there are dangers here that you have to be aware of. And you're starting to immediately attach significance to the things that you're seeing. Indeed, the rest of you are starting to have sort of the same effect here as you're gazing out over the stars, flying closer and closer to these large pinpoints of light that grow larger and larger, indicating that you are coming upon what looks like planetoids and asteroids and whatnot. You can see the beautiful great moon of Selune up ahead. With the naked eye, you can see it growing in size as you approach quickly. But you also can see a distant world that you immediately know what that world's name is for whatever reason, like reflex memory clicking back in. Toril. You know the world Toril. And these asteroids that are running rings around Selûne as you grow closer and closer and closer. Till finally this great, big, beautiful, ghostly gray moon becomes this angelic planetoid in front of you. And it's quite surreal, particularly because as you fly past the surface of this great planet's celestial body, you can see clear evidence of a city on the surface, a great city that sprawls out, and you can see the lights of glowing civilization underneath, as well as you could swear the specks of SpellJammer ships, much like yours, coming and going and leaving the ports of this great city. But you continue on, moving beyond the aura, the horizon of this celestial body, until it begins to finally move toward the aft of the ship. And you find yourselves moving closer and closer to this great ring of rocks in front of you. The certainty that you are headed in the right direction spurs you on, Grawl. There's an eagerness that's starting to develop inside of all of you. You begin to sense that the confusion, that sort of feeling like a dandelion seed being blown around in a wind, is starting to slowly calm the anxiety in you as you begin to become aware you're getting closer and closer to a place that you were all familiar with. And sure enough, as you approach, responding off of your anticipation, Grawl, the floor next to the chair opens up, and emerging, you see what looks like a spyglass on this giant brass, looks like a pole that comes right up out of the ground, goes right in front of you.
I will take a look.
As you glance through, you see the asteroid that you're headed towards. It is a giant rock in space. And if you can, for a moment, recall what it looked like at the end of the Neverending Story when the Ivory Tower was situated upon a rock out in the middle of space. Not quite the incredible divine effect of such an incredible tower, but still just as jarring upon the celestial backdrop of wild space. You see what looks like a keep built out of white stone, with, it seems to be docks extending outward from, made of some kind of metal. You see a couple of insectoid looking like vessels and a few normal looking seafaring vessels docked here as you're approaching. You can see there are blinking lights that can be spotted just from the docks alone, but this great tower that reaches up and reaches a point, a spire in the very center.
I just want to clarify, during all this, I made everyone lunch and it was terrible. I'm definitely not the cook.
You put the sandwich down and
clarify
go, yep, I don't know how to do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I burned the turkey. I ruined the side dishes. I don't even know why I'm cooking Thanksgiving in the middle of a space. It's ruined. Everything is ruined.
Eventually, without spyglasses, you were all able to suddenly start seeing what it is the navigator is seeing. You can see it's a pinpoint of, it's like a light, an amber colored spotlight on this rock, like a piece of glitter that's catching every single angle. And as you continue to approach, it becomes clear that you're approaching what looks like a keep or like a small settlement built like a medieval castle off the side of this this asteroid. The stone looks like it's made of it's bleached white, almost like the city of Gondor, if you can, like this white stone tower, almost pearlescent against the solar light rays that are cast across the cosmos. And instead of reaching to the top like a normal keep, it looks like it reaches a pinpoint at the very top, where you see there is a flag flying. And what breeze, you don't know. It defies what you might expect. But again, as you're all approaching, you too can see the ships that are docked here in a space that is available. And slowly, surely, you start guiding them in. At this point, Grawl, you can go ahead and make an annotation somewhere in your character sheet if you like, but you gain the skill Vehicle SpellJammer as a proficiency. You all go as this dragonfly ship becomes slower and slower, headed towards the dock itself, until finally you can see the astonishing sight of people walking about on the docks, having conversations, calling out to each other, and eventually you all just you pull up alongside. Celestine, you marvel as you see this dock itself looks like it's made out of some kind of metal, this reflective metal. And a rope is cast out towards you all as you're all pulling up to the dock. Whoever would like to catch it, but looks like somebody has tossed a rope over the side. Celestine, you just leap up out of the air and snatch it with your mouth immediately and drag it back down onto the ship. All right.
You have to like wrestle it away.
No.
You can hear somebody over the side of the vessel going, "Well, there you are. What took you so long? It's been days. I thought this was a quick milk run."
Yes, here we are. We, as in Wixel, Kashmir, and Grove.
Are you just shouting this out to the cosmos?
Yes.
You're like, voice from on high.
Yeah.
Down below
Whoever
the
you
deck,
are that.
you bring the ship to a stop. You can leave the chair whenever you wish.
Grohl does sit for just a moment, kind of taking in what it is they've just done.
Uh-huh.
And as they stand up, they just kind of say to themselves, "That was certainly interesting."
The
And
moment
then-
you stand up out of the chair, above the deck, the sails go, the great wings begin to retract, and the dragonfly eyes slide close in front of you, shielding the glass once more. And the great ship begins to power down. You can hear
Yes.
shouting going on overhead, like calls.
Interesting.
And
then they'll head up. Yeah, they're going to head up.
Kashmir will take a look at the rope that Celestine had caught and see where it's coming from, sort of follow it down and look over over the edge of the ship.
Okay. Kashmir, as you look over the edge of the ship, you see an incredible sight.
Oh.
First of all, you see a gnome.
Incredible.
The gnome is not the gnome is wearing what looks like a mishmash of multicolored leathers, mostly grays and whites, with some kind of insignia patch crudely stitched onto the side, and big friendly face, a very short beard, sparkling smiling eyes, excitable attitude. Hairline is receded, but is kind of pulled back into a ponytail, sort of like the gentleman's like sailor of old, and is smiling up to you with this incredulous look. However, next to this gnome is a hamster that is roughly 8 feet at the shoulder, weighing in at probably about 600 pounds. The coloration on this hamster is plaid, both yellow and black. It is a plaid color, and it has the tooth of a saber-toothed cat. These huge tusks, as these big, black, curious eyes blink at you and kind of tilt its head. And this gnome seated next to this giant space hamster is just scratching its fur and just going, "Where have you been? It's been 2 days. I was supposed to be there and back. What took you so long?"
Oh, so you know who we are.
Oh, so you know who we are. The moment you say this, you see this gnome. He looks at you for a second and goes, "I don't know which inside joke you're referring to. I'm sorry."
Oh, no, I'm Kashmir. It seems like you might know that.
Okay. Well, anyway, deboard. Let's get you debriefed and we can find out how everything worked out. Did everyone make it safely? Did you manage to catch up to the Elithids?
So,
You bounce over the side.
New people.
You airborne and glide down, and neither the hamster nor the gnome are particularly shocked. Interestingly enough, at the sight of you, you touch down and he goes, "Do you speak?" "Oh, hello. You were not part of the crew. Was this a rescue mission? Did you rescue someone?"
Yes.
Yes.
Wixel's here too.
I just arrived.
Hello, dear. Waves up at you.
Hello, darling.
Darling. Well, I'll take it.
Honey buns.
Oh, no, that's fine.
All right.
What happened to you all?
Well, you do know about the Illithids. I think something happened to our minds.
You see his face start to slowly change and goes, he looks over at you, Celestine, and goes, something's wrong here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, my voice isn't here.
It's not here,
No,
but I can hear you just fine.
no. The outside the egg voice, the nice one.
Are
They tell you
just-
everything about how to be a dragon.
That makes no sense to me. But I get the impression you're recently hatched. Is this correct?
Oh, yeah.
Brrr.
Well, welcome to Homestone, child.
What seems to be the oh?
Grow.
Tibachu says, Grawl, is this a joke? Are we joking?
What exactly is the joke that you are referring to?
Why don't you all come off the vessel and let's connect before we meet up with Horatio?
This
Should
is
we have your name first? I don't believe
Yeah.
we've gotten that.
You want my name?
We don't remember anything. I can explain when we debark, but unfortunately we are without our memories or any recollection of what it is we were doing out there. We woke up and we were surrounded by the wreckage of a ship and the dead body of an illithid.
Yes, if you go down into the lower decks, you might find a corpse or two, 3 maybe. I lost count.
He one by
Yeah.
one, he looks at everyone's face and he goes, "This isn't a joke."
I am not
No.
entirely sure I get jokes.
I don't remember if I have a sense of humor at all.
And another question, not just your name, but how do we get down?
I'm not the cook.
Oh gods. My name is Nepter.
Nepter.
This is
Nepter.
Frizdiz, and kind of motions to the giant space hamster, who literally is just kind of its mouth twitches a little bit. That's about it.
And
Just gonna
who are
stand there.
you in relation to us?
Well, I'm the harbor master here at Homestone.
Ah.
That
Do you
certainly makes
remember?
sense.
Do you remember the SpellJammer Rangers at all?
They sound delightful.
Hmm.
Who?
You are them.
Oh.
No,
Jamm
you should
is
come
from-
down. We should talk.
Again, how?
Wow.
Yes. A moment. You see him move over to one of the side docks areas where he presses a couple of looks like levers, and you see this door slides open and a mage hand goes, and out of the mage hand, another mage hand, and out of that mage hand, another mage hand, until there's steps leading all the way up to the top of the SpellJammer deck where you all are.
Ooh, that's handy.
Please. Let's talk before you speak to Horatio. I don't think he's going to believe this. You know how he... No, I guess you wouldn't know how he is.
Well, you can certainly send someone aboard our ship to corroborate our story. There are corpses all over. We tried to clean up as best we can, but we came back in a hurry.
Goodness. This is very troubling.
Yeah.
Fizdiz, do you know how to go get Horatio? Fizdiz? Why
Celestine
don't we
is
all
in a
set Fizdiz to-
competitive, head tilt
Mhm.
moment with Fizdiz. They both
Ah.
tilt, and Celestine's gonna win.
Fizdiz's tusks just... They are the tusks of a saber-toothed cat on this giant space hamster. And he just kind of stares at you. You don't get the curiosity. You get that there's no excitable input right now. So the space hamster just kind of stares off at you.
Head empty, no thought.
Yeah,
Love
kind of
it.
just
Perfect.
stares. At that point, the gnomes, as you all disembark from the vessel, he says, walk with me And no one's injured. You're all right. I mean, aside obviously for the memory loss.
I got. That's actually a good question. Did I get a long? I'm guessing I didn't get a long rest, so I'm still injured from the psychic damage. Correct?
That's correct. You would need to not be piloting the SpellJammer in order to actually get rest.
Right. So I think I'll just dump a quick cure wounds into myself then.
Okay, cool.
You mean my nourishing meal didn't help?
So the one thing, here's the one thing I do ask, that if you're going to cast any magic, even if it's just off to the side, I ask for descriptions of magic being cast.
Ooh.
Okay.
So what happens as Grawl realizes that they need to regenerate their body a little bit?
I think they draw from like they're kind of like, you know, patting themselves down a little bit, like kind of assessing their mind. They still have a bit of a splitting headache. And as they're kind of patting over their chest, they notice there's something around their neck, and they kind of pull it forth from their armor, and it appears to be like it is also a linen claw, but it has been gilded in like some sort of precious metal. And when they don't recognize it, obviously, but it feels familiar to them. And as their claws grasp around it, like this sort of starburst like energy seems to burst from it. It shines over their face, and you can see as the lines beneath their fur that have been creased from like kind of this, you know, persistent pain kind of ease.
Okay.
And I regenerate 6 hit points.
6 hit points back.
Yes.
As that energy begins to flow through you again, the arcane power just kind of that slight glow as it goes away. You see the gnome look at you rather concerned and just says, "Are you all right? Do you require any more healing or anything? Is there anything I can do?"
I am feeling more or less like myself. Perhaps some dregs of the damage still linger, but I will. It's nothing a good catnap won't help.
The lot of you watch in Celestine, it's particularly thrilling to you. But as you're all moving down the docks, you're seeing creatures of every stripe that are moving around here. All of them seem to bear the same sort of familiarity with each other. It doesn't look like this is a public dock per se. You're getting the impression that as you're moving in here, you're moving into a place that's an operation. Not everybody is wearing the uniformed like signifiers of the grays and whites, but you are seeing more and more of that patch of StarJam Rangers, SJRs, like on the patch. I thought so carefully. I'm like, should I come up with something instead of R and make it a W? No. So close. I was like, maybe at some point here.
Well,
but,
so you're saying we just need to be the Wangers.
Yeah, exactly. The
Wangers.
Done.
Westview Wangers. You see a Thrycreen move right past you, this large insectoid mantis-looking creature clicking and making noises to what you think is a drow elf as they walk past each other having conversations. They're moving over to one of the docked areas where you see what looks like a pair of dwarves finishing having more conversations with them. The place is just completely vibrant with all sorts of people that are coming and going through here. Lots of humans are here too. As y'all are moving through here, you can see this gnome who has identified himself again as Nepter. I don't know if you guys caught that. It's Neypter. Nepter is also totally acceptable. He's asking a bunch of questions when you hear, "There they are!" rumbling down the dock. It's enough to get everyone looking in that direction, and a few of the people working begin to move quickly in other directions. Thundering towards the lot of you, the heavy footsteps of an 8-foot, just robust, heavy-set individual with thick limbs and what could best be described as like an old school blue with gold trim British naval uniform and tassels coming off the side, except he has the great head of a hippo.
I would like to kind of interpose myself slightly in front of Celestine and kind of
Okay.
like I tuck a hand back behind me. So if they want to like hop on to sort of like, yeah. But immediately kind of just go, and we're going to stand in front of the little tiny crystal dragon.
You take a step in front as you see this huge, thick hippo man in a British military uniform striding forward. All of you are struck with a sense of familiarity once again. Also a sense of like irritation as you seeing him approach. Like this, just like, oh, great. Kind of like you don't know why, but you feel that sort of immediate sort of like great dad's here kind of vibe kind of thing as he comes striding up to you, thunders up to all of you and stops in front of you and says, "You've been gone for 3 days. I demand an explanation at once."
Celestine becomes shoulder dragon.
"There is a crystal dragon upon my shoulder and I demand to know why." He doesn't even look at Celestine. He just looks at all of you sternly, irritated.
We are going to be more than glad to explain that to you, but perhaps in private would be best.
Private? I decide where the debrief happens and I demand explanations now. And at that point, Neptune pipes up and says, "Pardon me, Horatio, I don't mean to be, I don't want to impugn your authority at all, but they don't remember anything." "Anything? What is this nonsense? Is this the latest attempt to get out of responsibility?" No. They encountered what we suspected out there in wild space. The Illithid scout. It was there. Do I have this correct? And
yeah, they went after our brains.
And so you remember nothing?
We don't remember much, dear, but however, they lost and we are still here. So obviously we did something right.
He narrows his eyes and leans in and looks at each one of you. Grawl, this is one of the few people that you've met that towers over you. Horatio is a member of a race called the GIF. And
it's pronounced GIF? No, just kidding.
No. Flip a table. This is a race that is a starfaring race. It is known well to SpellJammer. It definitely has a sense of familiarity to all of you. This is the lieutenant, kind of second in command at this point. Well, third in command, really. But he's eyeing all of you with scrutiny and says, "I will believe you for now, but we must discern the truth of these matters, and if it is so that your memories have been taken from you, then Utalakas will be able to restore them, I'm sure, if anyone can. I shall see if they are available, but you must follow me at once for the debrief. And get this thing off of my shoulder at once. It's making a mess of my tassels."
Oh, come on, Celestine. And I'll sort of place them on my hindquarters. So they're riding the goat part.
They immediately want to be back up on the person who doesn't want them there.
Yeah. Yeah, the GIF would just disdain as he thunders away. Neptune says, "I'm going to leave you to it. Good luck. I hope to see you again soon. Come, visitors. Come. Yes, you'll see the crystal dragon later. Come. And the hamster just, and like a bear, just waddles away, shaking big furry butt as it follows this plaid-colored, tusked space hamster following along, dwarfing this gnome as they walk back towards the space dock. The lot of you are led into the keep, where the diversity of species continues. There are a bulk of humans here. You do see what look like some guards folk that are standing towards the entrance of one of the chambers. as y'all are approaching, what's interesting about the leathered armor that the guards are wearing towards one of these other chambers. Now, it's important to note that the white stone in here is reflecting all of this light, and it's just making Celestine glow at this point. The amber light that's being cast all across the space, it's not garish, it's not like blinding, it's not J.J. Abrams lens flare crap, but it is bright enough that it kind of feels like you've entered almost a celestial hall as you're walking in. And this blue, this royal blue, matching the same colored uniform as Horatio, is this rug has just been rolled out and leads up these grand stairs that swirl around up to what looks like an entryway. As y'all are approaching these stairs too, these two guards, the stairs immediately go and begin to wave, becoming a ramp that guides you up almost like a magical escalator, pushing you towards the very top of the platform, where you all reach about 10 feet up these two guards who are all wearing this grayish white leathered uniforms with the SJR patch on the side. They are both holding what looks like pikes. And the pikes, from what you can tell, are made of pure electrum, which is not a metal you would typically make a weapon out of unless there was some magical forgery involved. The guard that steps forward is a very handsome black man, full beard, and wears a crest upon his bald head that denotes some kind of position of authority. You don't know specifically what it details, but it looks almost like a helmet that has a chitinous crest going off across the top and dangles all the way down back to his back. He glances
It's giving
at all
me
of you.
strong Minbari vibes. Sorry.
He glances at everybody and says, Horatio, you know he is in a meeting right now with them. Horatio says, I think you mean that in the opposite way, but yes, I understand that he's in a meeting, and I will have you step aside at once. It would appear that there were illithids involved in the scouting mission sent out, and these poor bastards have all lost their memory, which hopefully will make them less of a pain in my ass.
Low and disdainful growl in the rumbly chest of Grohl.
With that, Horatio looks down at you and says, none of that now. You stand at attention and stiff upper lip. You're a ranger, and I will not have you acting with impunity and impertinence. Do we understand each other?
Yeah.
He notices that Celestine is at full attention, like in perfect posture, just like assuming the role. The man that's standing in front of you says, very well, Horatio, I will show you to them, and you can explain why you have chosen to interrupt this meeting. Please, all of you, whatever you do, I advise you to mind your manners. And steps aside. And Horatio says, follow me, and thuds into this grand open area. You're not quite sure, but you are pretty certain that when you pass through the doorway of this place, you ended up in a room that looks different from the room that you walked into. And you were all vaguely aware of the tingling of dimensional magics at play as you step into what looked like it was going to be a great hall, but is in fact now a great meeting hall where a rather spectacular sight is before you. First of all, you see a circular room. The room itself has what looks like a giant table in the center, and the table looks like it's carved out of a single piece of opal. It's large enough that it can actually fill a table of about 60 people. There's only one person seated at it, however. One person seated at one of the chairs at this table, and one person, or should I say, one creature, hovering slightly above it. The person seated at the table it looks like a human with a big, long, thick beard, pointy hat, wearing earth tones of browns and yellows. Immediately exudes sort of like this quiet wisdom and authority. You can see almost this like leopard or some kind of like cat skin, looks like half a cloak dangling off the side. spell book at the side as well, and a very long pipe that he is currently holding at the end of one of at his hand. And this trail of wisps of smoke coming up as he's sitting there at the table and looks over and regards all of you. Across from him, hovering about 15 feet, just slightly aback from the table, is a Kieran. It's difficult to fully describe the majesty of the creature that you are seeing, but it is essentially a creature of I can see Sam just Googled Kieran. Yes, indeed. You see a Kieran, a scaled unicorn. Obviously, this is one from a different kind of mythology. Hovering above, golden scales all over its body. You can see this creature, this celestial creature with this golden mane playing, sort of flowing in an unfelt breeze behind it as it is hovering about maybe 10 feet above this opal table, having this conversation. Both the Kieran and this elderly man turn and regard everyone as they step in. And as you all enter, you can see the Kieran has an immediate reaction and says, "Horatio, you know I was in a very important meeting with Elminster here. I hope this is for a good cause that you're interrupting this very vital meeting." The man sitting at the other side of the table says, No, it's quite all right. I think we've discussed everything we need to discuss for the day. It was very good to see you again, my old friend, but I should return to my home. I don't want to cause any more backlog of your duties here. Thank you again for your help. And he says, "Of course, my old friend. You can always call upon me if you need me again." And the old man nods, tips the hat, and says, "Oh, well, good day or evening to all of you, depending on where you're coming from and where you're going." And with that, he takes a single step back, and the pipe smoke just goes and envelops him, and he's gone.
Oh, I want his autograph.
You're like, wait!
That's real Elminster in a game that I'm playing. It happened just now.
Yes, you encountered Elminster. Briefly encountered Elminster. The Kieran hovers down and says, "Well, let's hear the outcome of your exploration, Horatio. Have you debriefed them yet?" Yes, indeed. Autolycus, I'm afraid they don't remember anything.
We don't have much to debrief, dear. We don't remember anything to debrief.
We can tell you what we remember after we woke up, and that is about it. And of course, introduce this youngling to you as well.
And now they've tried so hard. They've tried so hard. They've had so much impulse control. Have you noticed that they haven't been flying yet for minutes and minutes because the GIF said not to, and they wanted to charm the GIF, but hover, fly, scales, shiny, air. I'm not as good at hovering, so flap, and then wall, Scrabble, and then jump. Flap, wall, Scrabble, enthusiasm.
Yes, it's a magnificent creature, to be sure. The great pearlescent horn that comes out of its dragon-like scales, the top of its head, the reptilian eyes that glow with wisdom, that opalescent underbelly that's very resemblance of the great stone table that's before you, the scales that glisten with gold. It is a huge celestial creature and quite entrancing. And as you bound over to it, you can see the amusement glittering in its eyes and says, "I have not seen a crystal dragon for many, many centuries. Hello, little one. Why are you out here, I wonder?"
Egg, ship, danger. And Celestine will turn over on their back and be claws in case Autolycus wants to play fight. They might have misread this situation.
Autolycus just looks completely amused and then glances at all of you and says, I'll hear the story now. And one by one, each of you take this Kieran through the story.
I'm not the cook. That's all I have to add.
As the story wraps up and ends, Utalikos just looks quite disturbed and says, "Do you have the scroll upon you now?"
Good question.
Grohl
assuming
presents it.
yeah.
Yeah, I think
Produce
Grohl
it.
probably would have held on to it since they're the one who understands. He's the one who understands it.
Okay. As you produce it and move it forward, Utalikos touches down onto the ground and hooves lightly clump as he moves over and gazes down at the scroll as you lay it across the table. And says, "Herald of the Void."
Does that ring any bells for you?
It feels familiar, my friend.
What about Enziax?
What's
Does that mean anything? What about Enziax? Does that mean anything to you?
Yes, that too feels familiar. Ancient names I have not heard in quite a long time, but why? And
I
you have
have
no
a-
memories.
No. But I have a question for both you and for the little one. How long have you been in that egg? And how long is it normal for dragons to be in their eggs?
So long. It was so long.
Would I know this, Eric? Would it be knowledge that I would have? Just for
Possibly,
being
yes.
randomly old and wise?
I mean, you're all well traveled, so
Yeah.
what you get from this Wixel is a confirmation when you hear Utalikos say, "Crystal dragons are exceedingly rare. They are only from one part of the Celestial Highway, and that place has been lost to time. A world that has been hidden. A place that the god of all dragons, the progenitor of the race itself, claimed as his own. There he formed an island chain from his own blood and made a home for his children."
That was on the map.
The Blood Island chain.
Blood Island chain has been lost. Some say even hidden.
Well, if we found it, we don't really remember it. But we have a map.
I think it found us.
Were you
Not
able to
tribute.
scavenge anything from the vessel of the Illithid?
It was completely destroyed,
We have,
floating in pieces all around us. All we
we
have are the
half the body of an illithid and this crystal. And I'll hold up the purplish crystal shard.
Yes. You see this look of alarm and says, "It is an Illithid weapon. It causes mind wiping."
I drop it.
Just clatters to the ground. He says, "Do not worry, my friend. The effects are only temporary. But they are going to be uncomfortable for some time. I do have the power to restore your abilities, but it will require me to open a channel to Toril."
That is familiar.
Name.
The realm from which my friend Elminster is from. The
Ah.
realm not far from here. A realm that we typically like to avoid if possible. But no matter to that to now. If the Ios Blood Island chain has been discovered, it would be imperative to return this young creature to its people. And even more imperative, I think, to keep it hidden.
Oh,
Oh, we have that already planned. Quick. Operation Cloak. And pull the cloak out.
You
Not the
feel
most
amusement
effective
coming
thing.
out of Utalikos, but Horatio is very irritated. Just looks at you.
We had to work with what we had, all right, dear? I'm
You
sorry.
don't have to hide. You can put it away. Stop acting like a fool.
Oh,
No, no.
Celestine
In
is
case.
going to get out of the way of Horatio and is definitely not imitating him behind him.
Okay.
I'm just gonna look up at him and be like, you need to respect your elders.
I'm older than you.
oh,
I doubt it.
You have no memory.
In any
Touche.
case,
Please, please, please. You hear Autolycus finally say, we must act quickly. I hate to do this, but I will need to send you back out there to search the wreckage to find anything you can. It might be that the Illithids that you rescued this young creature from may have discovered the location of the world that they are from. And if that is the case, we must discover who these people are and why they are seeking it and what their intention was with Celestine.
Is it common knowledge to all of us that dragons are particularly powerful?
Yes,
Cool.
dragons are quite powerful. Crystal dragons are all but unheard of, though. Gym dragons are exceedingly rare. They do exist out in the cosmos, but very rare. Crystal dragons are among the rarest.
I'm the rarest.
Crystal
Quite
dragons
the
are the
precious-
dual lands.
Quite the precious jewel you are, indeed.
Nuzzle.
I'm going to send allies with you to help you scour the wreckage. Find what you can and bring it back. I am sorry, I would not do this with your current state. I will need time to prepare the restoration magic used to give you back your memory in advance, but it will take some time. In that time period, I will need to send you back out to scavenge that wreckage so that we can uncover the plot. Do you understand?
it's nice to have a plan.
Horatio says, well, who would you like to send with them, sire? He says, we shall send Apollos and one other, perhaps, Muscle, just in case something were to go wrong. You see Horatio give him a look and just say, you're going to say Jock and Pock, aren't you? And the amusement again in the Kieran's eyes as he looks up at his friend and says, they are the most likely candidate to go along for this little ride. See to it. He turns and looks at all of you and says, be quick, don't linger. Scavenge what you can and bring it straight away. Celestine, it is your choice if you wish to go or stay with me. But I cannot guarantee your safety if you choose to go with them.
Celestine moves out from behind Horatio and comes up very close to the very pretty, very shiny, very floaty Kieran, and then looks back at their people,
Mm-hmm.
and then looks back at the Kieran. Danger. Danger.
And once a dragon, always a dragon. So,
Danger's my middle name. Or at least I don't know. It could be. I don't remember. But I bet it is.
Horatio, see to it. I will have Apollos, Jock, and Pock meet you at the docks. Try saying that 10 times fast.
Let's talk about meet you at the docks.
Jock and Pock meet you at the dock. Jock and Pock meet you at the dock.
Grohl turns to Wixla and says, at the very least, one of your daggers must be named Danger.
Oh, yes. Or maybe. I thought of something funny and then I forgot.
and then it went away.
Yeah. This is the
All right.
wind, this is the rain, and together they make a hurricane.
Nice.
Oh, this is. I'll think of more.
Horatio says, well, if it's true, then follow me, and I will set all these things up. Saya nods to you, and the Kieran nods to everyone as you all are being led out. On your way back to the docks, Horatio is, first of all, he is huffy over the irregularity of you coming back and immediately sending you back out again without your memories. It must be truly desperate. The sire says so. Then I said, we'll see it. I would never send you back out again. It takes that opportunity then to say, oh, what do you never mind, you remember nothing. Very well, I shall give you the rundown again, as though you were raw recruits once again.
I recalled how to navigate the ship.
Very good. Now, silence. I'm speaking. As I was saying, you are all members of an elite force called the SpellJammer Rangers. You are some of the finest rangers that the great cosmos has to offer. Under our duties, we consider ourselves sort of the celestial guard, as it were, here in realm space. We ensure that the criminality that takes place here among Selune's tiers does not go unanswered. Slavery, smuggling, all must be destroyed and stopped immediately. The Illithids and the Beholders must be held accountable for their crimes, and we will see to it that they are. And not only they, but anyone who comes into realm space. Anyone. You understand? Anyone. I don't care how adorable they are. I don't care if it's a legion of space hamsters that wants you to rub their tummy. If they are importing anything that is illegal, you would confiscate it and possibly kill them. Well, that would be my preference, but confiscate first. If you don't feel like killing them, you don't have to. I would kill them.
You've killed a lot then?
Yes, and space hamster meat is quite delicious.
Oh.
Yes, I remember now. This is the fury, and this is the wrath. And together they are the wrath.
I'm still talking! He shouts at you.
Oh, sorry. But
No, then.
showing daggers away.
You slide them away. And he goes on and on about the honor of being a SpellJammer Ranger and the honor that all of you, like, as you all reach the dock, he stops and says, before you embark, once again, we will be joined by our two compatriots, but I can't very well just send a hatchling dragon back out into the cosmos without any authority. So, Celestine, stand before me immediately. Do you swear hereby to adhere to the code and the authority of the SpellJammer Rangers and protect realm space from all the illegal things that I just spoke about before, including if you have the opportunity killing space hamsters? I'm sorry, I do not speak Draconic. Is that a yes? Somebody answer me. Anyone?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
I
Welcome
speak
back. Oh,
Draconic.
hello, everyone. Yes, we're on an adventure today, aren't we? Yes, we're going out to space. I'm so glad we're all paying attention. Oh, here we are. And he
That
opens
definitely
his
meant
hands
yes,
up.
draconic.
You see, floating towards all of you all, just another extraordinary sight, a quaddle. Rainbow-colored scales lining its back and brilliant rainbow-colored feathers as it flies over to you. This large serpent creature zips right up and comes to a hovering position and says, well, I can hear you all the way down the docks. Horatio, has someone made the mistake of talking to you today? Yes, thank you, Apollos. I always appreciate your biting wit. These are the ones that you will be going on the adventure with, the suicide mission, perhaps. I know not. Whatever it is that waits for you out there in this debris field left by Lithids. Good luck. Goodbye. Horatio, I do believe we're waiting for one more. And at that point, you hear, let go! No, that's my hand. No, Puck, that's my hand. The two of you watch as an Eden comes walking up, just heavy footsteps, this giant with two heads, having an argument with itself as one of them's grabbing one of the arms and the other one's grabbing the other. They are fully dressed up in the SpellJammer Rangers uniform. They have the leathers, the patch, another patch, and then another patch. Like it's like Jock and Pock wanted patches of their own, and one got one more patch than the other one, so they kept like patching and patching. It's a little absurd. They also have what looks like a large club that doesn't look like the crude chunk of wood you would normally see like an Eden on a typical D&D adventure wielding. In fact, this one looks like a finely carved club that looks like it has jagged teeth all jutting out from it. And those of you who want to make a roll, actually, I would probably give this to you, Grawl. Those are beholder teeth that are jutting out from the club that have been jammed in there and to act as like these spikes on the end of it. They're these jawed beholder teeth. And you just kind of, stop it. They're looking at us. No, you stop it. Let go. It's my club. And the Eden comes to a stop in front of you. And Horatio says, Jock and Pock, shut up. Get on board that vessel there and go with these miscreants to do they'll fill you in. I'm done with all of you today. Send you back out. With that, the GIF stomps away, shoving one of the dock workers aside, who immediately just, fuck you. Like, the Quaddle hovers for a moment and says, he's actually in a good mood today. I didn't get the chance to meet all of you before you had your memories wiped. So this is a first for me as well. Jock and Pock doesn't really remember anybody they meet. Just be nice to them, and I'm sure all will go well. They are new to the Ranger outfit. So we are looking for Illithid Flotsam, is that correct? Out in the middle of the cosmos.
That is indeed correct.
Basically.
Well, your lead.
Celestine will fly up and get by the mainmast and spread their wings out to be the engines again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Like a giant kite just ready to go. Like, let's do this!
Let's do it.
The Quaddle just snakes through the air as it flies.
After all of you.
Yeah, I think Kashmir is going to make his way in towards the like conference table command chair, but he's going to set up at the conference table with the Quaddle and basically fill them in. Yeah,
the Quaddle is going to coil up and just like a cobra and just sit there comfortably with its wings folded behind its back and gazes down at the maps as you start filling them in. The Eden, at one point, Grawl, you say, let's go. The Eden's after you. No, I was going to say that. The two of them begin to argue as they thunder towards the SpellJammer. One by one, you all start loading up.
Oh no, I forgot something.
What'd you forgot?
I jump off.
Where are you going?
I need to find a person who knows stuff. So I'll just go up to the first one I see. Supplies?
Okay, so the first person you see is actually a very familiar looking gnome who's startled to see you just fly up. Nipter looks at you and goes, what? Sorry, what?
Supplies.
Eyes?
Supplies.
Oh, supplies.
I'm going to follow close behind. Oh.
Wixel, it's so lovely to see you again. You're looking quite spry. Are you about to head out again? Is that what I've led to understand? I just saw Apollos get on board your vessel.
Yes, apparently we're setting out on a mission that to redetermine the things that we cannot remember to not remember them once more.
Indeed,
but apparently we need...
You've only been back for 30 minutes. You're being sent back out again?
Yes, but we'll be back again. That's how it works, mostly, as far as I remember.
Well, I hope you find whatever it is you're looking for. Celestine, you're asking about supplies. I of course have had the dragonfly resupplied. The Sprite should be good to go.
Supply. And now that Wixel is here, Celestine is going to get back up onto their rear legs and rummage through her bag until they pull out the other ball of yarn, hold it up to Niptor and say, I shred the other one. Supplies?
Oh, dear.
I'm sorry, I don't know what that is.
It's a special yarn, dear, and they were playing with the other, and it got shredded.
Oh, well, I'm sure I could find something for you in the trade quarter while you're gone.
It's not even important. It's not important. You know what? I'll get some when we get back.
Supply.
No, we don't need it, dear. It's all right. You know what? I can make something magnificent with just this one ball of yarn. I don't need the second. It's fine.
So
Plus, I have
you like,
fury and-
really?
I have the fury and the wrath here. The rain and the wind and the rain. The Fred and Ethel.
Dragon and
The
gnome.
Frethel.
And then just puts the yarn and impales it on the two daggers to
Okay.
stick it. And so the dragon needle and the gnome needle will be friends together in this yarn.
Okay.
Oh.
Right.
Thank you, dear.
And they have been quiet, but they look back at Nipter like, ignore her. You understand. I need
Nipter looks a little lost, but he
with
just kinda
like
nods.
toddler need.
Yeah, Nipper just kind of smiles and says, yes, of course, of course.
Now get back on.
As you get up, the first thing you see is Jock and Pock. One of them has fallen asleep, and the other one's like, wake up! A few feet away, you can see the Quaddle descending below decks to join Grawl and Kashmir as they are all setting up to disembark. When you get down into the main corridor, all the gore and the mess has been cleaned up thoroughly. There's no stains of blood or anything. Still scratch marks from the battle, but there's nothing on board the vessel. It's been completely cleaned up. Now, the maps have been completely organized, and everything seems like it's like everything's in good order. It's refreshing to see.
Nothing's missing, just to make sure.
Nothing appears to be missing. You do see the small indentation of your dagger that impacted on the side of the wall. But aside from that, it's quite how you left it. Wixel, perhaps it's just because of your familiarity and all the years that you think you've spent out here among the heavens. But as you run your hands along the wood, this ship, you're almost certain, is
mine?
Or at the very least, you had a history with it that goes way, way back, long before anybody else was piloting this vessel. Maybe you've served on this ship for a long time. Maybe you are the senior ranger, as it were. But
I'm definitely not the chef.
Ever since you heard the name SpellJammer get dropped, it's had that familiar feeling of like, yes, of course. How did I forget this?
Yes.
It's almost
My
as
darling.
though your memory is starting to creep back in just a little bit faster than everybody else's.
I apologize for my cat meowing. If you hear him.
No, it's better than an ice cream truck. I'll tell you that.
Okay, excellent.
Grawl, you
right.
find yourself leaning over the map table where you see the Quaddle is gathered there with Kashmir. Quaddle's looking down. The Quaddle's name Apollos is scanning the maps for a moment and finally just says, we should prepare in case we show up and we're not alone. That's my instinct. Would you all agree?
Of course. But what's
Seems like we took care of it the first time. We just got to protect our minds.
Yes, indeed. Indeed.
What do you
what
suggest?
preparation?
The Quaddle gazes over the star maps and says, in truth, when flying into a situation like this, there's not much more than you can do except simply go there and see. But if we're lucky, I understand why we're being sent out so quickly after your arrival. It won't stay in the same place very long. So if we're lucky, we won't have a very large search area to find the flotsam, as it were.
It was fairly contained when we left. So
Good. All the same, I would say to load the ballistas, just in case.
Oh, for some reason, I got very excited when you said that. And Kashmir will run off to just sort of man the ballista.
Okay, you just run up to the ballista. You immediately take one of the bolts of this light ballista and slide it back and just.
And
load
as
it up.
Kashmir is like putting this into place, he looks down. You can see that there are sort of like indentations in the wood of where his hooves would be, as if this is like his spot or one of them.
Okay. Maybe you've served here before. You don't know, but Kashmir, this does feel very comfortable and very familiar. And there's just a part of you that knows you're damn good with this thing. This piece of artillery, you're pretty sure the reason why that other Illithid ship was shattered amongst the stars was because of you. And you're just looking at this thing like, I'm going to get me a piece.
I'm not a fainting goat. I'm a shooting goat.
All right. Preparations are made. The star chart is being basically memorized. You load it into your memory as you take the scroll. It's at your leisure to depart. The moorings are lifted off the ship.
Let's get out of here.
As you
Make it so. I'm trying out different positions of the ship.
Yeah. You take your seat back down into the throne, and immediately the same process of the eyes opening, the great dragon wings begin to unfurl, these dragonfly wings just, and you see the ship just pull back out of the dock and immediately start accelerating out towards the stars. And you are back among the celestial ether, flying amongst the stars. And you're getting a good glimpse at how fast the ship moves here in wild space. Not quite as fast as it might move, say, outside the crystal sphere, but as you're moving through wild space, you are seeing Homestone disappearing rather quickly. As you were all flying out, moving further and further away, Apollos, this quaddle nestles down onto the table and says, so I managed to do some research in the 7 minutes that I had before I received the assignment to accompany you all and join you at the docks. And I managed to find some very interesting things about some of the names that you brought back amongst the libraries. The name Enziax is apparently some kind of herald, just as the scroll describes them. It doesn't describe exactly what they are. But the Herald of the Void, that's interesting. I was able to find this, and the quaddle shape changes right in front of you and forms into a halfling, who immediately sits down onto the tabletop and pulls their knees up and then withdraws a scroll case and says, let me show you. And this halfling has curly, thick brown hair that's just tousled about the head, and he's wearing, it looks like the SpellJammer Ranger's uniform. Again, grays, dark grays, and whites with the patch. Leathered all across the chest. Situates himself in, and Apollo says, this Herald of the Void goes by a host of other names. Tell me what you make of them. This I took from one of the oldest sections of the library that I was able to access. Herald of the Void could be referencing the following: the Prince of 1,000 Dead Stars, he who devours horizons, King of 100 million sorrows, Drinker of suns, Eater of titans, the great serpent of eternal woe and blasphemy. The void that moves. That last one, Apollos looks at all of you and says, is the one where I was able to find the most reference to. Apparently, there's a lot of legends and myths about something called the void that moves. Some of the races out in the flow jets and that travel from sphere to sphere like to call this thing simply void. It's a legend. And I haven't been able to gather much more. But I have a feeling we might find more answers among the remains of that destroyed Elithid ship. And I'm curious as what such a creature could want with you. And the Coatl, as a halfling, leans over and looks at you curiously, Celestine.
Not tribute. Dragon.
Hmm.
And I look around the halfling's back for where the wings are.
No
He's
wings.
hiding the wings.
Yeah, this
He's
is a halfling.
hiding them.
Young halfling boy. No sign of a Coatl.
I paw at the air in case the wings are secretly there.
You see this grin come across the halfling's face, and suddenly it just goes and becomes a Coatl again, and immediately coils around Celestine and extends the wings, and the two of them just go over the side of the table as a Coatl and a crystal dragon hatchling begin to play at the foot of the table. The Coatl is notably larger. It is medium sized, so it is larger than Celestine, but does the nice thing and lets Celestine win a bunch of rounds of tackle. And the two of them play. The Coatl, Apollos, notably unfazed or concerned about where y'all are headed. And unless there's anything you all specifically wants to do, the journey is rather uneventful on your way out into the stars.
I think Grohl just kind of watches the play as best they can, considering he has his job to do. I don't think he's letting himself get too distracted, but he does watch the little dragon, and I don't know. He's very introspective as he navigates the ship.
And once Celestine is worn out and very sleepy, and this does not take long, and then they'll be back up later and it'll be wild again. But as soon as that is done, they're going to curl up and fall asleep at Grohl's feet. So Grohl will have some company while he flies the ship. And Celestine will just...
Dim starlight reflecting on the membranous wings that kind of cover Celestine like a blanket.
Uncomfortably small.
While all of this is happening, Wexel, up on top of the deck, you have found yourself seated across from Jock and Pock. Both of whom are just kind of like,
you should talk to her. No, you talk to her. I don't like talking to people. You're stupid. No, you're stupid.
If it makes it easier, I can talk to you.
See, she's talking to me. No, she's talking to me, Pock.
I can talk to both of you if you like.
No, talk to me first, though.
Okay, which one are you?
I'm Pock. No, you're not. You're Jock.
Oh, dear. Oh.
It's, one of them says,
so you make sandwiches?
Not well. Sure, dear. Sure. I knew this was going to happen. I'm gonna head down and make them some sandwiches.
They stand up and start following you.
But while I'm doing it, while I'm making the sandwiches, I'm in the galley, and I want to give myself certain tasks to see how skilled am I with these things. So as I'm slicing meat and cheese, I'm also gonna take one of my daggers and throw it and aim for a little hole in the side, and
it sticks with razor accuracy right where you intending to stick it. It just flies like an arrow.
All right, I'm good at that.
You're just very calmly cutting the meat here to make a sandwich when you go full Black Widow with this dagger.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want to do a quick, a cool montage of making a sandwich, but doing it like an assassin. And also my walking stick rod. I want to like do like a, close a cabinet, open up a drawer,
You go full Jackie Chan on this kitchen area and do some pretty remarkable like flips, swirling, like flipping around the staff, closing things with your elbow, the whole bit.
Yeah. I just want to reiterate, though, the sandwiches taste horrible, but the actual making of the sandwich was phenomenal. So
Jock and Pock don't
I'm
seem
like
to mind.
I'm like a flair bartender, but the drink just bombs.
Mhm.
But the making of it looked really impressive. Oh, flames and everything.
The journey is relatively uneventful all the way through and through. You get to know a little bit about Apollos. Apollos is a lieutenant among the SpellJammers, or the SpellJams rather. The SpellJam Rangers, and Jock and Pock is a recent recruit that wanted to contribute. Jock and Pock say they're from they're from outside the crystal sphere, and some of y'all don't exactly know what he means by that. Apollos has to explain that outside of the realm of this solar system is the walls of the crystal sphere, which takes you into what's called the flow jetson, which is the space between space, where people travel from one realm to another. And as Apollos is saying this all to you, he's like, I truly hope you'll get your memories back. The travel into the flow jetson, the flow can be rather jarring the first time you see it. I'm sure you'll be fine. And about that moment, you down below at the helm, Grawl, see that spyglass raise. You start approaching the coordinates, and you see up ahead the scattered remains of what looks like a debris field. You were just here not 16 hours ago.
If there's some way to signal up to the rest of the crew to let them know.
Yeah. Apollos fills you all in too, tells you a little bit about what Apollos has been told. You were all part of a scouting unit. The SpellJam Rangers has scouting units that kind of flow in and out of the tiers of Selene to ensure that no illegal activities or slave trade or anything terrible like that is going on. And you received a tip that there was a Mind Flayer scout ship that was exiting the system rapidly, headed towards the walls of the crystal sphere. You intercepted. The Illithids are not supposed to be here. They are not allowed in this part of the sphere. There is no treaty that allows them in here at all. And not to mention, you guys know for a fact that the Beholders have a presence in Selene's tiers, and where Illithids and Beholders collide, things get really ugly.
So they are illicit illithids.
They are illicit illithids. So you were all sent to intercept, and that was the last you were heard of. As y'all are approaching the debris field, it looks very much the same as you all saw last time. You come to a stop and the great sails come back down. You guys find yourselves looking out over the bow into the great vast space with these pieces of what looked like some kind of nautical animal. And by nautical, I mean a nautilus. It looks like some squiddy sea creature that was the size of your ship had been blown to pieces, or something took place that caused massive devastation. You can see huge chunks of a deck that's still visible. You don't see any signs of bodies. It's possible that they did float away. And it is possible, by the way, that should you ever fall off your SpellJammer, you will survive for a limited amount of time in an air pocket and drift into wild space. Anything that has mass or gravity has an air pocket immediately enveloped around it here in SpellJammer. So it's entirely possible that if this ship broke apart, there could be mind flayers drifting out in space right now, looking for a way to get back aboard their vessel.
Speaking of which, I'd like to use my primeval awareness to determine whether or not there is an aberration, celestial, obviously a dragon, elementals, fays, fiends, or undead presence within a mile of me. I believe that
as you leave the helm and move up to the top of the deck, you immediately start focusing in on your hunter's intuition. Grawl, you are, for whatever you don't remember, what you do remember is how to be an apex predator out here among the stars. And illithids are on the menu. You are very familiar with them and their movements through here. You are familiar with the presence of their psionic magics that they use, that they employ all the time for trickery. And your instinct kicks in. As you move up to the top of the deck, you begin to focus in immediately. You feel the overwhelming presence of aberration close by. And I mean close by. Startlingly so. Almost to the point where when you all see Grawl take to the deck and look around, there's a involuntary reaction of eyes widening and the head kind of going back a little bit, like you just came into a room, flicked on the lights, and it's standing right in front of you.
We have company.
The Coatl looks at you and says, "They must have been laying in wait. Prepare yourselves, everyone." At that point, you see Jock and Pock go,
Okay, get the club, Pock. You had it last.
at that moment, just slightly off the bow, I need everyone to make a will save.
Oh,
Wisdom.
wait.
Wisdom?
Wisdom save. Sorry, willpower is. I'm just calling for word. But yes, wisdom, willpower. It's a
Natural 20.
natural.
22.
That is a nice save.
Me too.
Okay.
4.
Uh,
Yeah, that's like my third one tonight. I think this app
Lucky.
loves me. I
Two
know.
of you being able to see it is going to be enough to prevent everybody from being surprised.
Oh,
Sweet.
my eyesight is fantastic. Oh,
So, this is basically what ends up happening. Because of Grawl's ability to stay alert, and because you all the two of you made your wisdom saves, you see the illusion that is covering the illithid vessel that has been lying in wait for you all or anybody to come back. So you are not going to be surprised. However, what is surprising is how close this thing is as this illusion begins to bleed away, and you see this great squid-like looking vessel, which immediately caused the maw of this vessel just goes thing like the Reapers in Mass Effect, just goes, and Apollo shouts, "We're in the maw! Everybody ready for battle!" As this great bridge just goes and slams down on the rear end of the Dragonfly ship. The Star Sprite shudders as immediately borders begin to spill onto the deck. It happens so quickly. I need everyone to roll initiative.
Ah! Oh, that's not as good. A 9 for Kashmir.
A 9.
I got a 10.
10 for Wixel. Uh-oh.
19.
19 for Grawl.
27.
Whoa!
Okay. You are going to be going first, Celestine. Celestine, because you're going first, you see what's pouring out onto the deck. The first thing you see is there are 2 drow that are dashing out onto the deck. They are white as sheets. They look like wraiths the way they just charge out onto the ramp. And with their cloaks flowing behind them made of this glistening spider silk, you can see from the dead look in their eyes, there is no one there. They are thralls to the mind flayers. They come dashing down with their swords on high. Just behind them, you can see emerging is the mind flayer with an intellect devourer at its side. This mind flayer is covered from head to toe in the ceremonial robes, and it looks like an illithid of some authority as it begins to advance down the ramp. Rather bold. There's something behind it, but you can't see it just yet. You've got the initiative. What would you like to do?
I'd like to fly up and see if maybe from that vantage point I can see whatever's behind.
Yes. Okay. It's easy enough to launch straight up. Your movement will take you right above. Make a perception check.
Not 20. Not the best place to use it, but I will take it.
Celestine, you don't really know what you're seeing because you've never heard of these things before. But it's rather funny looking, if not terrible looking, kind of grotesque. You see an orb with stalks coming out the top, broken and twisted and gnarled. The jaw of this thing is kind of hanging off to the side. It's large, quite large, the size of a human being across. It is essentially a giant ball with multiple stalks coming off of the top of it. Besides that, all you can detect is this presence of some kind of magical creature that you've never come across before, but it's hovering off the ground as it floats languidly and rather dead-like behind this mind flayer.
Celestine doesn't know what that is, and it looks like something. Look, Celestine is learning. Sometimes you aren't supposed to play with the thing that looks like you should play with it. Sometimes it's not a toy. Sometimes it's a crewmate. Sometimes it's a crewmate's hair. But they do recognize the illithid because they scratched up a robe of one of those once and would like to dive bomb it.
Okay.
Pounce!
You swoop down. Go ahead and make your attack.
Wow, die. Thank you. That'll be a 26 to bite.
That will absolutely hit this illithid.
Oh, good.
Swoop down and bite. Go ahead and roll damage.
Let's see. +4. 11 points on the bite attack.
Nice. Okay.
And then I have extra attacks, so I will hit with my tail as well.
Okay.
21 to hit.
That hits.
Cool. That's a different size die. They're all different size dice.
Okay.
For another 6 damage.
Okay.
And I have a bonus action attack called Claw Fury. So I can make a single claw attack against a creature within reach.
All right. Good.
We won't have to do anything.
Just softening them up, opening the jar. 18 to hit.
That hits.
Also a different size die. It's 5 dice over here.
Jesus Christ.
Burgers and fries.
He's no help to you here.
What's the damage?
Another 2.
Okay. So Celestine goes full murder cat and just swoops down. This illithid is emerging almost in a regal state. Like it's very much like one of the lieutenants of Thanos, like, behold, your death is here. Like, kind of emerges from this vessel with its hands outstretched, its tentacles reaching out, the deep purple silk robes that draped across it, promising that your enthrallment under its control will be one of a life of value. And as it emerges, a crystal dragon swoops out of the upper parts of the mainsail and attaches itself in a flurry of bites and slashes and claws to this thing's face, clawing and scratching and screeching as this crystal dragon just goes completely berserk on this thing's face. Blood begins to spatter in every direction as the mind flayer throws its hands out in shock and alarm, not expecting to be dive bombed by a hatchling dragon. Grawl, it's your action.
Are there creatures within 10 feet of me that are not friendlies?
Not yet. They haven't been able to exit the ramp yet. The only person in combat is the mind flayer and yeah.
So Grohl is going to pull their swords from their back, rush up and plant their feet with about 10 feet away from this mind flayer, and I'm going to use my daunting roar as a bonus action.
Okay.
And anything within 10 feet of me needs to make a wisdom saving throw. It's not a very high DC. It's only DC 13.
Okay. The only ones that are going to be near you are going to be the drow that are charging off. It's a wisdom saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. DC 13, you said?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Not high.
They both fail.
Cool. They are frightened of me until the end of my next turn.
They are immune to being frightened.
Then never mind.
They are completely enthralled by the mind flayers. They are immune to frighten.
Well,
They have no sense of self-preservation right now.
Well, then chop chop. Let's
I bet I can put fear in them.
You just bellow out this roar as they come down the ramp, and they mindlessly charge towards you, Grawl.
I think that throws him off, and he attempts to make a chop with his remaining action, and it's only a 10.
Is that going to hit? Let me check. Nope, that's not going to do it.
Yep. So I think that's my turn. I used my movement, my bonus action, and my action. So
Okay. Drow move up to you, and the first thing that happens is one of these comes at you with a short sword. Does a 15 hit? I'm not on the screen.
Yes.
So yeah. Okay. All right, you take 6 points of damage as this drow just launches up towards you and does a quick slash across your chest. It's not enough to actually get anything, but it causes a groove to form in the armor that you've got on. The second drow, which goes next, immediately casts Fairy Fire on everything. So
I'm so sorry. I actually have 2 attacks per action. I did have 1 more attack left.
Okay,
but
you can go ahead and take it.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Go ahead and take it.
13?
13 does not hit.
Yeah.
I need Grawl, and I need Grawl, Wixel, Kashmir, and our Eden friend to make dexterity saving throws. Tell me what you get.
14.
Okay.
12.
I rolled a 2. I was doing the crossword puzzle in the corner. Didn't even see it coming.
Any creature in the area when the spell is cast is also outlined if it fails a dex saving throw for the duration. Okay. So what was yours, Bonnie?
Oh, what was the word? 4 across, another word for screwed. I rolled 2.
2? Okay. So you light up.
Technically a 6. It's technically a 6.
It don't matter. Jock and Pock are going to make their roll. I don't even know why I'm bothering, but they make their roll.
Hey!
Go see, that's D&D for you. You don't know. So for this action, everybody else looks like everybody else made their saving throw except for you, Wixel. You light up. You are glowing like a Christmas light right now.
Oh, I can't hide in the shadows.
I
can't hide in the shadows.
Nope. Now is Quaddle's turn, however. Oh boy. The Quaddle's going to take a page out of Celestine's book and wants to get in on that choppy, slashy, bitey action.
Hey, play with me.
Curiously enough, too, Quaddle's mind is shielded from detection location. Its thoughts cannot be read. It swoops up there. This Mind Flayer has no idea this is happening. The Quaddle swoops in, is going to make an attack on the Illithid. That's not very good, but it's enough to hit. So now the Illithid needs to make a DC 13 saving throw for Con. It will fail. This is not going well for this Illithid. Bite, melee attack, hits one creature, piercing damage, and the target must succeed a Constitution saving throw or be poisoned for 24 hours. Until this, oh my. Let me double check and make sure that this Illithid is not immune to poison. It is not. It's advantage saving throws against spells and other magical effects. Oh my god. So this is what happens. Until the poisoned ends. Okay, this is what happens. As you are slashing and biting at this thing, Apollos swoops, these feathered wings expand out from the Quaddle and it swoops down immediately. You can feel the Quaddle wrap its tail around your wing, Celestine, to get an anchor. And as this Illithid is about to try to pull you off, this viper-like strike on the Illithid's side of its neck, the Illithid freezes for a second, and you see its eyes roll into the back of its head, and it goes down. It is unconscious until another creature uses an action to wake it up. It goes, fail. It just goes out like a light. It is down and out. Oh man, I understand why Mercer gets so much joy out of smashing the toys together. It's fun watching monsters fight monsters. The next action would have been the Mind Flayer, but the Mind Flayer is currently snoring as a mind flayer might, just unconscious as the poison is coursing through its body. If I remember correctly, this he does not get another saving throw to wake up. Or be poisoned for 24 hours. This poison until the poison ends, the target is unconscious. Oh, so he does get another saving throw on his turn. So next round he'll get a saving throw, but he's unconscious for this round. So let's find out if he actually succeeds on the con check. No, I rolled a 2. He gets a 5. He's not waking up next turn. All right. Next up. Oops. Next up is Wixel.
Yes. Where's the nearest bad near me?
So right now there are 2 drow elves that have charged down off of the ramp, and they are beelining for Grawl. There is some kind of commotion happening on the ramp itself, and there's an intellect devourer that has broken loose.
I'm a gliding beacon of hope and love. So I'm going to intercept one of them so they don't get to Grawl. Yeah, one of them.
Okay, yeah,
yes.
you can move. You can move to meet them.
Oh, yes, I can, because I'm going to use my my second story work, where climbing no longer costs me an extra movement, but also I can make a running jump, so the distance I cover. I am small and old, but I am super fast.
Is that an action?
And I'm going to run. I'm going to basically run and tackle one into the wall because I have an idea. Can I do, and I don't know what I would do. What would I need to remember what my walking stick does? Darling.
I tell you what.
What would I need to roll
I would say
in order to remember?
I would say make an intelligence saving throw with advantage.
All right. Are you sure not a wisdom?
I'm pretty sure.
No, all right. Natural 1. Glad I have that advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, dear Lord. Oh, nope. I rolled a 2. Well, I guess I don't remember anything.
Bonnie Gordon.
What is happening? Oh, no.
Welcome back
The
to
20
D&D, where what you roll is what you get.
I think I'm also very perceptive. I should try and roll that.
Go
An
and wash
insight?
the wheaten off your dice.
Oh, geez, Louise.
Seriously.
So I guess I don't remember what my rod does, so I'm not going to do that yet. I'll try again later.
All right.
They will feel the fury of the wrath, and I'm going to toss my knitting daggers
Okay.
at one that's charging roll. Oh, I should have to roll for that too. Let me do that.
Yep.
Let's see. Are you effing kidding me?
You rolled a 5.
I rolled a natural 1 again.
With your bonus. Okay.
With my bonus, it was a 5. But I said I was going to throw both daggers. So that was 1.
How many
You
attacks did
called
you do
it out.
around?
You said that it was being nice to you, and you can't call it out. It will betray you.
You can't. You really can't. You only get 1 attack per action, Bonnie, so you won't be able to throw both of your daggers.
But I have a 2-weapon fighting, and I have 2 weapons. No,
You have the feat 2 weapon fighting?
I do.
Okay, so yeah, you can
Actions
use
in
your
combat.
offhand. You can use basically what that means is you can use your offhand to attack and get the bonus for damage. So you can use your bonus action to do that. What I need to know though is you said you use second story work.
Yes.
Is that correct? So
Yes. I didn't though because I was going to do something with my walking stick and run and do a leaping jump. But now I'm not doing that because I don't know what my walking stick can
it wouldn't
do.
matter anyway. I don't think second story work costs you an action, but you can go ahead and use your bonus action if you want to throw that second dagger for sure.
Yeah, if not, I'm just gonna go in the corner and do the crossword puzzle.
And cry.
Because apparently I'm useless right now.
Go ahead and throw the dagger and see what you get.
A 14.
14, and you're throwing this at the drow?
Yes.
Okay, that
Sure.
dagger will go right past the drow. And
So I
slam
basically
into-
I'm really good at making sandwiches.
and changing your tune. All right. A very
I am the
frustrating-
cook. It's true. Oh, okay. Well, everyone have a great time fighting the bad guys. I'll be over here. Call me if you need.
On that note, Kashmir, you're up.
So just a quick question about these ballistas. Is it
Mhm.
only facing out, or would Kashmir be able to turn the ballista to face these boarding enemies?
You could try to turn it to face the boarding enemies, but you'd be dangling off the side of the vessel.
Okay.
I'm going to give you, I will be giving you disadvantage on this roll, just so you know.
Bring it. This is just the first instinct. Kashmir is happy to be back at this ballista.
Okay.
Sees the boarding party, and especially because the Illithid is asleep, he's going to aim at one of these drow.
Okay. So you're at disadvantage.
Right.
Now, if you roll a natural 1 here, I'm going to call for a reflex. I'm going to call for a dex saving throw.
Okay.
On your
Don't worry,
allies that are in that cone that you're shooting into. So
Okay.
just don't roll a natural 1 and you'll be fine.
I rolled all of them already. You're fine.
A 10 and
We
an
all have
11.
inspiration except Bunny.
That's right.
Okay.
I rolled a 10 and an 11. So I'll take
Okay.
the 10. And what was it again? What am I adding to it?
It's ranged attack, so it's
Ranged
just
attack,
like making
okay.
it. Yeah.
Plus 7, so a 17.
Okay. That's it. Damn, and that was with disadvantage too.
Yeah.
All right. So I need you to do one other thing so we can complete the sequence of events that just took place. I need you to make me an athletics check.
Sure can.
Okay.
I'm going to use a point of inspiration for
All
that
right, use
4
your
that I rolled.
inspiration.
Oh, much better. Athletics, an 18 total.
Okay. So in a move right out of a John Woo film, you basically see the attack that's happening behind you, and not willing to let this ballista go to waste, you grip hard on that pull string, leap off the side of the star sprite, and just as you reach the apex of the turn towards the other vessel that is on the deck of your ship, you let fly. This ballista bolt goes sailing in the direction of the drow. What was that? What was the roll to hit?
It was a 17.
Okay. Okay. So this is going to get funny. This is the first time I'm so happy this has happened, because this is the first time I've seen somebody get hit with artillery.
That's not another ship.
So this is funsies. Let me look up real quick. You just shot a drow elf with a light ballista.
Well,
that is amazing. I actually have the stats for it right here. So let me just pull it up.
That drow should just be grateful it wasn't a heavy ballista.
That's
Then they might
true.
be in real trouble.
yeah.
As you're doing it, I'm like, can you pick up my daggers while you're over there?
I cannot believe you did this. I can't believe you've done this. All right. I need you to roll 3d10 points of damage, please.
Can do. So,
And
12.
here it comes.
16.
16 points of damage.
Yeah.
Okay, hold up. Yeah, that is. Would you like to describe the death of this drow elf?
I like to think that this is the one that Grohl sort of was in combat with, and as he's dodging and taking the swipes, this like bolt just comes whoosh and like totally destroys this this drow that was in front of them.
I
and
mean,
Grohl could even look back at Kashmir like hanging off the side.
Cash. Oh gosh.
yeah. So basically, a flagpole with an arrowhead goes coursing through the chest of a drow elf that was in mid-charge. He is taken right off of his feet as the crossbow bolt, this ballista bolt, travels through his torso and pins him to the ramp that he just ran down, and his body slides to a rest at the bottom as blood spills onto the deck. He is done.
Oops. You're cleaning that.
Fair.
Next up is the Intellect Devourer.
Oh.
The Intellect Devourer comes charging down the ramp and actually is going to jump for Celestine. Here we go. Making an attack on Celestine. Oops, nope, that's the wrong stat. There we go. Okay. All right. Celestine, okay. I'm guessing an 18 hits.
It does not.
It does not hit. Okay. Second attack. I'm guessing a 20 hits.
It does.
Okay. The slashing attack scrapes across the hard scales of the dragon wormling and does not penetrate. However, moments later, Celestine, make an intelligence saving throw.
What's that?
Uh-oh.
I'm going to use my inspiration.
Okay.
This whole game, as soon as I saw Illithid, I was like, if I use this inspiration, it's going to be on an int save.
Yeah. For those of you who play intelligence, is one of the rarest saving throws in the game. It is a vicious saving throw to throw at somebody.
It is almost never good. 17?
17 succeeds.
Sam can attest to the number of times I've died because of failed intelligence saves.
Oh gosh, we both have just such.
Celestine, your intellect is not devoured. Your intelligence score does not drop to 0 from the intellect devourer. Congratulations, you managed to dodge that.
Did it come at me was any of that a melee attack?
No, this was a straight up DC saving throw.
Okay,
the first
they
one
were
was
both
melee attack. The second one was a DC saving throw. And even though you succeeded, you still take 12 points of psychic damage.
That's okay.
As the intellect devours attack, you can feel its presence in your mind, that crushing headache as this thing grips down on the ramp, and you can hear this pulsing, squeaking sound in your mind as it's trying to enter your mind and your brain and devour.
The attacks came in very quick sequence, but I would love to use my reaction to expend a superiority die so it can play with me.
Okay.
For a riposte.
Okay, do it.
Aha.
Because it did miss you. You get an attack. So go ahead and make your attack on this thing. Oh, a dragon battle master. That's terrifying.
Let's see, 15 to 22 to hit.
Okay, yeah.
Good.
Tell me how much damage this creature takes.
Because it also takes the superiority die of damage.
Yeah.
Let's see. 6 plus 8 plus do you know if you add the ability modifier to these reaction attacks?
You can, yes.
Okay, then it's 12.
12 points of damage. Hey, you remember these things? They taste good. You leap off of the intellect off of the illithid and onto the intellect devourer. It seems surprised as this wormling dragon latches onto it and starts clawing into it viciously. The next round, you all hear, "I'm gonna kill him. No, I'm gonna kill him." And then and Eden charges up, raises a club over its head, and is going to make an attack on that last drow elf. Does it have, it gets 2 attacks. So one hand is wielding the club, the other hand is wielding a morning star. That is a hit. The second attack is a natural 1. That's going to be a miss. Puck smears this drow elf across the deck. Just this club with beholder teeth splits down that drow elf that was right in front of you, Grawl, and just decimates. The body is destroyed utterly by this giant who just, "I got him, Puck. Yeah, you got him. You got him." And they drop their weapons to high five each other like idiots. Yeah. That's their action. Next up is the thing that was behind the intellect is the thing that was behind the illithid.
Eric?
Yeah.
Wasn't I initiative after Celestine?
That was
What was
just
that?
my reaction.
Celestine used reaction.
So
You're
sorry.
at the top of the round. This
Yep,
is the
yep,
last
yep,
round.
sorry.
Yeah. So I'm going to roll a d6. Oops. And okay.
Don't look at me. Avoid eyes.
Okay.
Don't
Let's see. 1,
perceive.
2, 3, 4. All right. I'm gonna roll.
Pretend you're sleeping.
I'm gonna roll a 4-sided.
I'm definitely not a sparkly dragon.
I'm definitely not a sparkly dragon. Okay.
Don't look at me.
I'm definitely not glowing.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh crap!
That Quaddle is gonna have to make a saving throw because an eye beam just lanced out from this undead beholder. So let's see how Apollos does.
Apollos, no.
Oh, my friend, he played with me.
Team Con. Oh my god. Oh, it gets him. The beholder uses this ray goes bzzz, and lances out from one of these cracked like split eye stalks. As this happens, oh, I see. It actually gives me, man, D&D Beyond, you're pretty cool. Apollos seizes up and just like a ribbon just drops and falls into a pile on top of this sleeping Illithid and is down. The second attack is this beholder turns this great orb with this huge mouth, its jaw hanging off, and it's going to attempt to bite Celestine. Because Celestine's right there. And I'm guessing a 14 doesn't even come close. Celestine, this thing kind of hovers towards you, and its eye is rolled slightly into the back of its head, but you can tell this thing is dead. It's been dead for a long time. And judging from the look of these orbs and these crystals that are jammed into the flesh, it is under the control of the mind flayers. It takes a very pathetic snap at you, and its jaw flops to the side. That is the end of the first round. We are now at the back of the top of round of combat. Y'all are doing very well right now. We start with Celestine.
Celestine cast Eye Bite.
Ooh.
Not the spell, the bite the eye.
You're gonna bite the eye. You're gonna attack the beholder. Now, just to remind you, the Illithid is going to get another saving throw this round. Just so you know.
I know. I wanna bite everything.
But if you bit the Illithid, it would wake up. Just so you know.
Right. The thing was, Celestine was would have looked to Apollos about should I bite the thing, should I not bite the thing. But then this mean here did that bite. The point in conclusion, bite.
Yeah.
18 to hit.
On the beholder?
Yes.
That hits.
Good. Bite.
Yep. You get yourself
max die. Ha suck it. 12 on the first attack.
On the first attack. Good to have a fighter in your party, y'all. A mouthful of beholder. That's going to be a new band name. Okay.
And I start to build up some momentum and spin to thwap with tail.
Okay. Spin to thwap with tail.
Tail thwap. Tail thwap. Does a 16 hit?
Yep. Sure does.
Good.
Roll damage.
Good. Suck it. Okay, good. Not quite max die, but not bad. That was 9.
Jesus. 9 points. All right.
It hurt he played with me.
Is that your last attack?
No, because now that I've been spinning, I've built up some momentum as my claw swipe comes in with my claw fury as my bonus action attack.
Roll your attack. As this crystal dragon is just going completely berserk on this beholder now.
21 to hit.
That hits. Roll damage.
This is just my D4. But I hope it feels every single bit of that 1 point of damage.
Okay, it takes a point. All right.
It should get the point by now.
The crystalline murder kitty once again unleashes fury upon this undead beholder. There is just violence happening at the back of that ramp. It is now Graal's turn. Graal, you are no longer under threat of these two drow elves have been dealt with. Right now, there's an intellect devourer that is still standing. There is an Illithid that is currently unconscious on the ramp. And there is an undead beholder zombie that is in the middle of having a fight with the crystal dragon.
Yeah, I'm going to go for the intellect devourer first.
Okay. Yeah, that's an add that's
It
worthy of
was-
getting rid of. That's a hit.
Yep, 21.
That's a definite hit.
Max damage, 11 damage.
Ooh, that is a dead intellect devourer.
And then I'm gonna go and make, a stab to the big eye.
All right, you charge up there and slam that sword into the intellect devourer with almost no ceremony. Just it's dead, and you keep the strike going. Attack the eye.
Yep. And I'm gonna use my 23.
That hits.
Cool. And I'm also going to dump my Slayer's Prey as a bonus action into this so that I can get additional d6 of damage. Hold on just a second while I roll the regular damage first. That's also max damage on that die. That's 11 plus. Give me just a second so I roll my d6.
Also, as a monster slayer, a zombie beholder is pretty much the monster of monsters.
Yeah,
Beholder.
four on the for the Slayer's Prey. So that's a total of 15 damage to the beholder.
Okay. Total of 15 points of damage for one hit on the beholder.
Mhm.
The leathery skin gives way under the blade. You can tell this thing's been dead for some time. The injuries you inflict upon it cause it just to go. It just bellows out this wretched stench. Blessedly, Celestine is immune to this, but you can see this beholder just exhaling this guttural roar as you injure it. Next up, the drow are dead. Quaddle is going to make a Constitution saving throw. Let's see if Apollos gets back up. Come on, Apollos. Apollos rolls a 9 plus 2. That's not going to do it. Apollos is still unconscious. Beholders are not to be messed with, man. All right. Now it's the Mind Flayer's turn. Let's see if the Mind Flayer wakes up. Mind Flayer is going to wake up. His eyes go shoot open suddenly. On his turn, he immediately just... And...
Is it one of those end of his turn kind of saves?
Yes, end of the turn kind of save. He's not going to get an action this turn. At the end of his round, he's going to wake up. So he's not going this round. But next round, there is a Mind Flayer Scion that wants to have a word with you, Celestine. Next up is Wixel.
I've been feeling pretty useless during all of this.
Yeah.
I would love to try again to see if I can remember what my walking stick is.
Bonnie, it's also worth noting
Yes.
that right now, both the Beholder and the Mind Flayer are eligible for your sneak attack rolls because they are side by side with some of your allies.
But I have an idea. Of
Sure,
what I
I'm just
want
letting
to
you
do.
know your options.
All right.
Because you've been wanting to use sneak attack all game. So
Excellent.
go ahead, make your intelligence saving throw here. Tell me what you get.
An 11, and do I do it with advantage? Yeah, I did. No.
No, you don't do it with advantage. Oh yeah, you do it with advantage, but it doesn't matter. 11 wins. You need a
perfect.
DC 10.
Well, I just did it with advantage. I got a 21.
Yeah,
All
you're
right.
good. All right.
So I remember what I have in my hand.
Ah!
What is this? So this is what I want to do. Which one's the closest to me near a wall?
The Mind Flayer.
Great. I'm just going to charge like a crazy old granny, like a big old glowing old lady, and just go and charge. So I'm not even really attacking. Really, I'm just running towards them and putting my walking stick into them against the wall, and then pressing my button, and that makes it an.
Did you take an immovable rod? Is that what this is?
Yes, my magical item, my darling. I have an immovable rod, and I'm pushing him up against the wall and pressing the button, and deactivating my magical rod.
So I'm going to make you make a shove attack on that then.
Yes. Okay.
So that's going to be an unarmed attack roll technically, because
Yes.
you're trying to basically shove them up against a wall.
Yes.
So go ahead, and I'm gonna say, how do I want to do that? Let's see.
Oh dear. But I'm gonna do it to where I'm pushing them up against it to where their arms are going to also be down, so they won't.
You're trying to you're trying to pin them.
Yes, body slam them into the wall. Whoopsie
Right.
doodle! I'm just a crazy old lady, and then hot jokes on you. You can't move.
So Hold on one
If
second.
this is a strength thing, though, I might have problems.
It's probably going to be a strength thing. It's probably going to be an
Oh.
athletics check, to be perfectly honest with you.
Great.
No, Illithid, don't lift. You've got this.
Sleight of hand. All right. Do I roll? Let me.
No, give me 1 second. I'm just pulling up
Sure.
the cheat sheet that tells me a little bit more about shove attacks.
I see.
I believe that shove is listed as one of the ways that you can use your unarmed attack, and you can just
An unarmed strike. Yes.
it's
Yeah,
punch,
that's what it
kick,
looks
headbutt,
like.
or use similar forceful blow.
Like
So-
actions in combat, like shove, grapple.
So I think the way I'm going to manage this, because this is technically what you're trying to do, is you're trying to use a shove that will have the ending effect of a grapple attack or a like a takedown, essentially, because you're trying
Yes.
to render this mind flayer unable to move from where he is.
Correct.
Okay, so go ahead and just make the unarmed attack on this thing,
All right.
and tell me what you get.
Oh, you bastard! A 10?
That's not going to do it.
Oh,
So as you get up there with this
Bonus
immovable
action!
rod,
I can.
you get up there with this immovable rod and you immediately push it forward to try to like lock this mind flayer into place, and it sees you coming and immediately slides. And what you notice, Wixel, is it does not use its hands to slide left. In fact, it opens its palms and its tentacles stiffen, and just like it's on a wire, just goes telekinetically slides away from you just as you put that rod right into its place.
Damn it. I can use another thing.
Well, that was gonna be your attack action for the round. So you have a move
Yes.
action now.
I guess I'll go hide in the shadows, even though I'm glowing.
You look down and go, that didn't work. Go ahead and make your hide check.
Where do I do that? Stealth?
Stealth.
Oh, good. That's something I'm good at. 18.
And the mind flayer rolls a 10. You vanish. You go, yeah, just kidding. Peace out. I'll see you later. Bye. You roll
Surprise!
back with that immovable rod and
Yes.
right behind a barrel, and it loses sight of you immediately.
Excellent.
Kashmir, you were currently dangling over the side of the star sprite, just
Yes.
hanging there.
Well, would it be a move action then to like right myself and get
Yes,
back
it would
up?
be an athletics check. Pull yourself
Athletics.
back up. I'll accept acrobatics as well.
I'll do acrobatics
Okay.
with a dirty 20.
That'll do it. You basically take your rear legs, swing them, tuck, and push all that strength in that lower half of your body immediately propels you with the momentum up over the side. You land heavily on the deck of the ship. The action is behind you now, and the ballista is back facing the outside, and it is empty.
Gotcha. Well, if I turn, can I see where the Illithid and the Beholder are?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, okay.
You can
How,
see them
are
clear.
they very far away or?
They're about 60 feet away.
Okay, then I'd like to use the rest of my turn to get up there.
Okay. So yeah, you can move your move action. You come clomping up. So yeah, next round you'll be in melee range. You'll be in you could be in melee range, but you will definitely be in arrow shot range.
Oh, I'm going for melee range.
Okay, cool. So that's that. It is now Pock's turn, or depending on whose side you're on, it could also be Jock's turn. Depending on like who you're rooting for here. But the Eden, seeing all of this happening at the foot of this ramp, just goes, "Hey, wait! I want to kill it!" and runs up there. The first thing that it notices as this giant Eden storms up is the mind flayer. It is gripping its weapons, and having moved his full movement, Pock decides to bash it. And rolls a 17, which will hit. Jock, not to be outdone, also decides to attack him. And rolls a 4 and is going to miss. Mind Flayer is going to get smashed. Oh, that's not, wow. Even though I only rolled 3, the Mind Flayer is still going to take 8 points of damage from this axe that comes crashing down right next to it. He may have done a really cool like telekinetic slide out of the way, but now he's facing down an Etten. And it's clear that even though you are all facing down these lethal foes, it's pretty clear the tide of the battle rather abruptly turned against them the moment that ramp hit the deck of the ship. Next up is the Beholder Zombie. And the Beholder Zombie is going to do a multi-attack. The first attack is going to be on, I think this is actually going to be on Grawl. Grawl, oh, that's probably going to hit. Grawl, is that a 20?
My AC is garbage. Yes,
Okay.
it hits.
Oh, I rolled trash damage on you. It's 46, and I rolled 9 damage. I rolled 3 1s and a 6. This undead beholder goes and just latches onto you, like it became aware that you were there after you struck it. Otherwise, it may not even have known. But as it mindlessly gnaws on you, and it lets go for a second, and it angles one of its beams and make a Constitution saving throw.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
14.
14 just makes it.
Cool. Tight.
Ooh, 1 sec. So you're going to take half damage from this. So you're going to take 20 points of damage as a beam just goes right out of one of the eye stalks. It cuts right through the upper part of your shoulder. You feel one of your bones give way as it pierces out the other side.
There is very mighty roar of pain from Gruul.
Okay. Yeah, that was a crap damage roll too.
And that was half?
No, sorry, that was a good damage roll.
Oh.
I rolled 39 for damage and you took half. So it would have been about 9. Let's round down. We'll say it's 19, not 20. So you can go ahead and make that adjustment. And that'll take us back to the top of the round with you, Celestine. This undead beholder is clearly a huge threat right now. I mean, just the Scion, which is still up and moving. Scion hasn't gotten a chance to attack yet, really. That's coming this turn. What would you like to do?
I'll just make a keening noise at Grohl and try to lift his spirits, even though he's hurting. I'm expending another superiority die for rally.
Nice. Give them temporary hit points.
Yeah, get 9 temp HP back.
Temporary hit points are so underestimated in D&D. They're a big deal. So you gain 10 temporary hit points. What else would you like to do? Is that your action for the round?
That's my bonus action.
Your bonus action. All right.
So that was just the first instinct.
Okay.
And seeing maybe a little bit of fluff back to his glorious mane, I then turn to my main opponent.
Okay. This is the beholder.
Claws out. Let's go. Yep.
It's just a big chunk of floating meat. Like, why wouldn't you tear this up?
You make a strong point.
Yeah.
I make a strong attack. 25 to hit.
25 hits.
Oh, good. Max die. Thank you, this die. 12 on the bite attack.
Okay.
And
Oof.
And I'll swipe with my claw for the second attack.
Okay.
Does a 16 hit?
It does.
Okay. For another 5.
5 points. The hide of this thing is starting to slag off of its body. Whatever's keeping it on, you don't know, but you're tearing it free. Is that it for your round?
Yes.
Grawl.
All right.
Pain in your shoulder. If nothing else, that beam that just went through you cauterized the wound. You're not bleeding, but ow.
That was unnecessary. And longsword attack.
Right.
But that's only 8 for the first one. Boo.
8 to
Second
hit?
attack. Yeah.
Yeah.
Second attack is 12.
No. It's not gonna
Yeah.
do it.
That's what I figured. I think the pain of the attacks
It kind of jars them a little bit. But wait, I have inspiration. I'm going to use it. Dang
Do
it.
it. Roll another d20.
There we go. How do you like a dirty 20?
Dirty 20 will definitely hit.
Cool. And I'm going to do my Slayer's Prey as a bonus action. Got max damage on the D8 for
Oh, my
11.
goodness.
And then on my D6, I got a max on my D6.
I
So
see that.
make that 17 damage.
Brutal. Yeah, Grol's temper gives way and unleashes a flurry of sword strikes on this mutilated beholder. The skin and flesh start tearing free on top of Celestine going berserk on this thing. Grol is just cutting deep into the body of this thing and finding purchase every single time. You can feel it puncturing some vital organ inside. This undead beholder is coming apart right in front of you. You can just hear the constant. Next up is actually Apollos, who is one of your strongest allies in this fight and who's been out of it. Let's see if he makes a saving throw this time. Scores huge on the saving throw and is waking up. Actually, he's been awake this whole time. He's been paralyzed. So Apollos, you see the body of the quaddle begin to squirm a little bit, and you see those wings flare, and the rage, the cold rage in the Celestial's eyes as the reptilian slits narrow close and its head kind of snakes up. Next round, it'll be able to take actions.
I think when Celestine sees that, they let out a breath they didn't even realize they were holding. They were worried about their friend.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, no. There's nothing good about a beholder's attack. There's nothing good about a beholder's attack, about a mind flayer's attacks. They're all very bad. All right. So Celestine and Grol, I need you both to make a intelligence saving throw.
What about like a stealth check or something?
Dirty 20.
What is that total?
Oh, also a dirty 20.
High five.
You both succeeded your saving throw.
We are the champions.
You managed to not get mind blasted.
We finally do okay against a mind flayer once in one check. Once.
It happened. It happened.
I'm so glad
In
it
this
happened.
moment of panic, the mind flayer seems to be quite aware that the tide of battle has shifted. It was expecting to have the upper hand. It was literally walking off this ramp like it had you. And now all of a sudden, you can see some desperation begin to form in the wrath behind its eyes. It unleashes a mind blast in a 60-foot cone, which is enough to hit both of you, and you both succeed on your intelligence saving throw, and you take no damage. Yeah, nothing happens. You can hear this mind flayer emitting a psionic attack. Neither one of you seem to be affected by it. Wixel, you're up.
Maybe I can actually do something for this fight. How convenient that right behind this barrel that I dashed and hid in my daggers. Oh, right? They were there. They were totally there.
Yeah.
Yes. So I'm finally like, no more Mrs. Nice Nana. And then it's time for the Gram Slam. And so I'm going to
Here we go. What are you gonna do?
I'm going to sneak attack to the mine.
The mind flayer?
That's what I said. I was about to say the Mind Slayer. And I'm going to do a little dagger dash.
So the first attack will have sneak attack damage on it.
Yes.
Second one will be normal.
Great.
So go ahead and make your attack roll.
Yeah. I swear to God, my character is useless. A 9.
Okay, you can still make it with the second one if you hit.
Oh, an 18.
That will definitely hit. Roll
Well,
damage and add your sneak attack. Do you see your
Thank
sneak attack
you.
damage down at the bottom?
I do.
Okay, so roll all of the damage and tell me what you get.
11.
11. But you also add your dagger damage to that. So roll your dagger as well.
Oh, yes.
That's
11.
sneak attack is bonus damage. So
15
15 total.
points of damage. Finally. I'm useful.
Ouchie.
Take that.
Yeah. There is a reaction as you jab a dagger into the thigh of this mind flayer out of nowhere. You just slam it in there, pull it out. You can see this dark ichorish blood on the end of the blade, and the mind flayer begins to realize you were there and had no idea.
And
The
that's when I'm
desperation, you can see the rage in its eyes are definitely beginning to give way to the desperation now. Kashmir, you're up.
Yes, and so since Kashmir had moved up, he's now going to move into a place that's flanking on the other side of Wixel,
Okay.
of this Illithid. And then you see him grab his whip from the side of him. And as he's sort of holding this out, you can see it's a bit of a distraction, as in his other hand, he casts the cantrip Thorn Whip, and there's a second whip that slings out magically from his hand. At this Illithid. Does a 17 hit?
Oh, yeah. And this Thorn Whip, now that you've hit it, it's going to drag the Mind Flayer towards you. Isn't that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. If the attack hits, the creature takes 1d6 piercing damage.
So tell me how much
I
damage.
has question. Is the Mind Flayer within striking range of either Celeste or myself? Celestine or myself?
Yes, you're asking if you get attack of opportunity on him?
For moving?
Yeah. But I don't remember if this is one of those where if it's a spell thing, it doesn't work that way. I know that there are cases where that is the case.
It would add such a whole new tactical level to this if you could use that to your advantage.
Mm.
Oh,
And-
That's most of the benefit of the attack, right?
Honestly, well, what's that?
I think that's most of the benefit of that particular attack, right? To just yoink it through everyone and we all get our licks in?
You move it 5 feet, isn't that correct?
10 feet. Up
10
to
feet.
10 feet.
Yeah, I know that there are some spells where it's like that, but
Yeah, some they
you
specifically
play-
say, some they don't.
I also have opportunity attack.
Yeah, because you came in melee, right?
I
don't
did.
With your needles.
I'm actually gonna rule no on that one. I don't think a
Okay.
cantrip is gonna provoke attack of
Okay.
opportunities from people on
Yeah.
the battlefield. So
Yeah, I just
So-
wanted to ask because I know that can be the
yeah,
case.
I don't think it's how that cantrip would work. So
So
you can
that's
go ahead and do the
5
attack though and move it.
5 piercing damage, and then
5
the
piercing?
Illithid moves closer. And then because Kashmir has 2-weapon fighting, I'm going to use Second Wind because we've been doing all of these fighting
Oh boy.
moves, to use the actual Vicious Whip.
Okay.
So it's just a 1-2 hit. 17. That was the same. So it'll hit again.
Okay.
With Vicious Whip. That is 14 points of damage.
Jesus.
Now, the Vicious Whip is slashing damage, and we have Slasher reduce speed. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with an attack that deals slashing damage, you reduce the speed of the target by 10 feet until
Okay.
the start of your next turn. So I'm applying all of that.
Okay.
So you just see Kashmir.
Judging by the way this Mind Flayer collapses in on itself, it has been viciously damaged. You can see it like recoil onto itself. Blood is being torn away as you withdraw that whip. It gets jerked towards you and kind of stumbles back a little bit, but it stays right where you put it. That's your action. It's the Ettin's turn, and the Ettin sees a Mind Flayer.
I want the squid. No, I want the squid.
That's gonna miss. Second attack is Puck and Jock are just way too busy arguing. You just see them like both of them raise up their club and they both start saying, "No, I want the killing blow. No, I want the killing blow." And that's their action for the round. The Beholder is up next. The Beholder is going to continue its assault on. Actually, we're gonna roll here. I'm gonna say, okay, and then, okay. So this attack is going to be on. The first attack is a bite attack on Grawl. Ooh, I almost had a nat 20. That's a 17 to hit.
That hits.
All right, Grawl. 13 points of damage.
Cool. Thank God for those temp hit points.
Yeah. You see how those fucking work? The other attack, though, is one of the eye stalks. It is, I need Celestine to make a wisdom saving throw.
No.
What'd you roll?
4.
A 4. You feel unbridled terror fill your entire body as you gain the frightened condition. You're hit by a fear ray for 1 minute. The target can repeat a saving throw at the end of each of your turns, which is coming up next. But for now, you have disadvantage on ability checks, attack rolls, while the source of fear is in line of sight, and the creature cannot willingly move closer to the source of its fear, which means on your round, you're going to have to... Yeah, you're not going to be able to, you're going to have to figure something out here because it's the top of the round now. So you're frightened. You can't willingly move closer to the source of the fear. Frightened creature has a disadvantage on all ability checks and attack. You can attack it still because you're already up in front of it, but you'll have disadvantage.
Sam knows that probably the tactically optimal thing is to turn around and focus down the mind flayer because that would break line of sight. Celestine knows that nothing scares a dragon, therefore they're not scared right now, and they're going to attack at disadvantage.
You have the blood of nobility in you. Your clan sits upon the Council of Worms. You are among your direct descendant of one of the counselors of the Council of Worms. You will not be frightened, you say to yourself through chattering teeth, as this undead beholder grows even more menacing, even more horrible, nightmarish in your mind as it begins to play with your perceptions. Go ahead and make your attacks at disadvantage.
That's a 15 and an 18.
A 15 and a 19?
A 15 and an 18 on the dice, so
For disadvantage,
plus 7 on
hit.
top of that.
All right, that's going to hit.
I want to specify I go for that stock.
All right, roll damage.
Not like a cult strike, but yeah. 7 on the bite.
7 on the bite. Okay, you're getting it low.
All right, I'm gonna see if my luck holds. Celestine goes for the tail. That's a 10 and a 16 on the dice, so 17 to hit.
17 will hit. 17 will hit.
For another 5 damage.
Okay.
And I'm going to make that a distracting strike. Actually, so I will add another 5 damage to that, and it's going to give the next attacker other than me advantage on the roll against him.
Okay.
Before I make my final claw swipe, because who knows if that goes through, but I want to make sure.
That did an additional 5 points?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, that one doesn't go. Yeah. No, that's going to be a 12 to hit on the claws.
Yeah, nah, it's not going to do it.
Yeah, so that's why it's a distracting strike, because I'm fainting now. And definitely not fainting with an A. That would suggest I'm scared. And
Sure.
Dragons aren't scared.
Grawl, you see Celestine is just tearing into this thing, but Celestine looks panicked as they're attacking. It's not that mischievous rage anymore. It's almost like a terrified cat trying to get away from the thing that's terrifying it.
Mm-hmm.
It's making wild strikes. They are just sending their claws, their tail, their bites. It's even more chaotic than it was before, less focused. It's your action, Grawl.
Cool. I have advantage, correct?
You do.
Here we go. First one. Oh my god, okay. So I rolled a natural 18 first. Let's see what I get on the advantage. Not as good. So we'll go with the 24 to hit.
That hits.
And because I have my slayers, so that is going to be 7, and then my d6 with my slayers thing. That's going to be an additional 3, and then it's my second attack, which I believe also has advantage. Okay, give me just a
I
second.
believe it's a next attack roll.
Just the next attack roll? Okay, well, I
yeah,
got
like guiding bolt.
cool. So I got 18 on the second attack.
Okay, that'll also hit.
And that's going to be 6 points of damage.
Okay, so what's the total damage?
7 plus 6. Was it 7? Was the first? Hold on, let me look at the history really fast. Sorry.
Look at the history real quick.
Yes, that was 7 plus 3, so 10 plus 6
16.
is 16. Yeah.
16 points?
Yep.
Okay. Grawl,
Mm-hmm.
you have the narrative.
Cool. All right. So, noticing that their little crystalline friend is feeling panicked and rather upset, Grohl swings out with one long sword, slashing across the eye specifically to, split it open essentially. And then once the opening has been created, they like whip the other sword around their wrist and just kind of stab it into the hole and skewer the beholder on their sword.
This thing
And then
goes,
offer it to Celestine.
it
like a
just
kebab.
crumples. It goes and goes, and when it hits from its floating position, when it hits, it almost deflates, and there are terrible gassy sounds erupting from it as all of that dead flesh and everything that's been sitting corrupted inside of it exhales, and it just goes. Its eye pops slowly out, revealing maggots, and it just goes from there. This undead beholder just kind of squishes off to the side, and it is quite dead.
Yep, I fling it off my sword and then give Celestine a toothy grin. That's my turn. I turn to face the Mind Flayer.
The Mind Flayer is on the receiving end of a very upset Quaddle, who now has an action and who is very displeased with how this has gone down. No, don't think. I just don't see. Yeah. Okay. Let's do it. Let's see what happens.
Do the Nana knockdown.
I actually think that's gonna hit. Nope, that's not gonna hit.
Really, I thought that was called the Graham finale.
I already did the Graham slam.
The Quaddle, you see Apollos immediately wraps itself around the Flayer, and the Mind Flayer kind of bundles up its arms and takes a step back, but is managing to resist the constricting effect of this Quaddle as it begins to wrap around and around and around and around and around. Okay, cool. So you see Apollos is trying to hold him in place. The Mind Flayer's turn is next. He's going to try to make a move on this. It's the Mind Flayer's turn. What can he do? Okay. All right. So that's going to be is it a verbal? It's verbal semantic material. So I'm going to say no. Can't do that. Oh, but he can do this. Okay, 1 second. Give me a moment. This is a big action.
What if it weren't, though?
Okay, it's one action. Okay. He's going to cast it. This Mind Flayer, seeing the outcome of the battle as Apollos is wrapped around it, this Mind Flayer immediately, like you see, situate its webbed hands outwards like this. Its tentacles rise and it just goes. You can all hear it saying something in your minds, and there is a telekinetic eruption right in front of it as it extends its webbed hands outwards, and you cast telekinesis on itself and propels itself backwards right up the ramp, just with Apollos still wrapped around it, just goes into the interior of the ship and vanishes into the darkness, moving of its full dash movement just goes and it's gone. Like it just gets swallowed by cloaks of darkness. On that note, I need to make a quick roll to find out where in the initiative, now that it's in the initiative. Okay, so at the end of this round, Wixel, it's your turn. You just saw this happen.
Is. Am I fast enough to follow? I'm pretty quick.
Yes, you are fast enough to follow. Keep in mind, you are glowing like a Christmas light right now.
I can see in the dark.
You can certainly see in the dark.
It just disappeared into the dark, so I'll be my own nightlight. I'm gonna use what do I have that I was just going to do that I can move really fast?
I'm going to warn you that the Mind Flayer's vessel is going to go at the end of this round.
I've lived a long life. I've lived a long life, and I think I have an idea.
What are you doing?
I want to run up the ramp and into the ship and put, I don't know, tell me if this is, do I know enough about the ship? If I somehow get the rod to go through the ship and it leaves, will it rip a hole in the ship? Is that a thing that'll happen? Or will the force field, what, do they have warp speed?
I love the immovable rod.
I want my immovable rod to rip a hole into their ship.
There are anchored hooks at the end of this ramp that they use for boarding actions. Okay. You could, yes, put your immovable rod in one of the hooks.
Oh no! What have I done? I don't need, I'm just going to leave this right here. Press my little button on the side. Kind of limp away. Nothing to see here. I hope they don't leave.
You slide that immovable rod right where you see it anchored, like smashed into the hull of the Star Sprite, and you just back away. You can already hear the wood groaning as the hook is trying to pull free and that ramp is trying to raise. Nothing is happening. That's your action. Kashmir, you're up.
As this is happening, then Kashmir is going to run to that ballista just to load it again.
Okay.
I'm just going to start knitting.
All right, so you're loading the ballista this round. That's going to be your whole action for the round.
Yeah.
Okay.
And aiming it at the ship.
Okay. So on his round, you see Pock and Jock just go,
"Hey, that's our snake friend."
Goes charging into the darkness up the ramp. And if you can imagine that scene when Ultron thought he was getting away and the Hulk jumped into the back of the Quinjet. He's going to use his action. He's got his attack, so he's going to use his full movement action to get up into that ramp. Let's see, how many feet can suspended in the air? He's going to catch him. The Ettin's movement is 40 feet. He catches up to the Mind Flayer, who's at the top of that ramp in the darkness of this illithid ship. And Pock and Jock, let's see if you finally get your moment of glory. The first roll is a natural 1. That's so typical. And the second is a 3.
That's my snake friend.
They're like the Three Stooges.
You can just feel the wind from all the whiffs just blowing out of this ramp. This heroic charge of the Ettin as he gets up there and just, I can't see either. Pock, hit that thing. That's the wall. They just smashing everything that they can, missing the Mind Flayer, who's currently aware of a giant inside of its vessel. The end of the round comes, and you watch that immovable rod lock the ship in place as the Mind Flayer attempts to raise that ramp. It goes. There is a groaning sound as a SpellJammered vessel is attempting to dislodge itself from a rod, an immovable rod in the middle of wild space. These two magical objects conflicting with each other, one demanding that it moves, one demanding that nothing moves. And you can hear the screeching sounds as the hull begins to give. That ramp may not last, but the damage is clear that's happening to the body of the vessel. You're not sure how much longer that ramp is going to be a part of the ship. You've got another round at least. We're at the top of the round. Celestine, your go. We're on round 5 of this combat.
Pounce fly.
You easily clear that ramp. As you go into the darkness, you can see with your dragon vision the form of an Etten, not even facing the direction of the Mind Flayer, just going, smash that. You see this Etten. Pock and Jock are smashing these jars that have gestating intellect devourers inside to be like chunks of meat and brain matter spattering everywhere.
No, that wasn't him. Try that one.
The Mind Flayer is retreating further, or at least is going to on his round retreat further into the vessel. You can see wrapped around him is your friend Apollos.
Celestine will pounce upon them and cooing, hoping the sound helps
Yes,
to
it's like
redirect.
a Velociraptor. The cooing sound of the Dilophosaurus before it kills you. All right, go ahead and make your rolls.
Yes. So I will start simply by expressing my draconic disapproval with 15 to hit.
15 hits.
Ah, nice. That's 6 points of disapproval
6 points
on the
of
first
disapproval.
attack.
Okay.
18 to hit with my tail
Okay, that hits.
for another 6 points of disapproval.
Okay.
And I'll just strike with my claws. So friend, you said 15 did hit?
Yep.
Yes, because I rolled it literally a moment ago. I'm not worried. For another 1 point of disapproval.
Describe this Mind Flayer's final moments in life.
Oh. So Celestine is trying to almost dig their way in between Apollos and the Mind Flayer as if they think they can extricate their friend that way, and tearing through Mind Flayer flesh as they do, and eventually get to a point where Apollos is coiled so tight that they really have no room to run with their claws or their bite anymore, and so realize that if you can't beat them, join them. So they wrap their tail around the one exposed part of the Mind Flayer left, his neck, and then
There is a crunching of bone underneath your powerful tail, Celestine, and the Mind Flayer slumps, collapse like a sack of meat onto the ground, just as Apollos uncoils and flies right up above you and hisses down at the body of this thing. There are 2 dead drow, a slaughtered intellect devourer, a dead undead beholder, and a scion Mind Flayer, and a Mind Flayer's nautical nautilus vessel, scout ship. Currently
We have their ship.
incapable of removing itself from your vessel. You basically just saved the life of Apollos. Wexel. As the battle ends, the violence comes to an end. The next few hours is catching your breath, calming down Jock and Pock, who insist on smashing everything inside that vessel, which you let him do, because nothing inside there, including the mind of the poor soul who is fueling the spell jamming helm. There is a human being, a hairless human being that is submerged in some kind of liquid and is attached to these tubes running through its head, and its life force is being drained to propel this thing through wild space. He is mercifully let go, as is the rest of the ship is annihilated. There is nothing that you uncover amongst the remains of this ship and from what you find in this mind flayer among the debris that indicates anything more than what you have already discovered, much to the deep frustration of Apollos. That is until you see there is a missive located amongst the folds in the robe of this mind flayer from someone named Enziax. The missive reads, "The children of Io are the greatest sin of the Dragon Father. And that the great serpent of eternal woe and blasphemy will see his vengeance done. For the jealousy of the void that moves shall not be," and the missive ends there, smeared away from the Icarish blood that has formed over from the death of the mind flayer. Apollos looks at you as everyone has finally removed that immovable rod and is detached. You're on your way back to Homestone, quietly sitting down below with Pock and Jock arguing over who won that battle up ahead.
No, I did the best. You didn't hit anything.
I'm making sandwiches.
Apollos, coiled up on the table, says, "I'm sorry, Celestine. I don't know how we're going to get you home yet, but it would seem that whatever this creature is, its agents are looking for you, and it seems like they're looking for you because they wish to find your home. I can't for 1 second believe that this isn't somehow a threat to all of us. We must find out who this Eater of Titans is, who this Enziax is."
And then we eat them.
Yes, that sounds nice. And just as you hear that, it's almost like a spell coming to an end as all of you suddenly look at each other for the first time. Your memories flooding back into your minds like a tidal wave. And you see each other. The exhale. You weren't just close to your found family. You've been sailing the stars for decades together. And the stunned silence that follows as all of you begin to realize who you are to each other, you just hear this like a nervous laughter from somebody in the room. Could have been anybody. As the realization of who y'all all are to each other brings our episode to a close.
I'm not the cook.
And that will conclude the one-shot journey of the Star Sprite here among the heavens.
No, we have to come back. You've
Oh no,
started
it's
it
another
there.
one shot. We don't want to be a one shot. How could this possibly have
We
happened?
went super over. Jake, thank you so much, because I know we
Thank you.
this is the longest we've ever run. We went critical roll on this. We went like full into the 4.5 hours. So thank you so much, Jake. I know we kept you up super late, so we're going to hop off here pretty fast. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching us tonight. We hope you enjoyed this SpellJammer adventure. If you liked it, go ahead and let us know. And on the Patreon or on the Discord, if you want to see more, tweet it out, share it, get it out there. The Stream Punks will thank you for it. Thank you so much to Q Times for going into overtime with us. We will see you next Monday for the Time Kids episode. Until then,
hailing frequencies are closed.
SpellJammer concluded.